American Communism, and Black Americans. A Documentary History, 1919 to 1929. Edited by Philip S. Foner and James S. Allen. Temple University Press. Table of Contents. Introduction v. Chapter I. Preliminaries, 1919-19241. Chapter 2. The Sanhedrin, 1924-51. Chapter 3. Racism and Nationalism, 1924-1925-67. Chapter IV. American Negro Labor Congress, 1925-107. Chapter V. Beginning of a Turn, 1926-1928-131. Chapter V. Sixth World Congress of the Communist International, 1928-161. Chapter 7. Party Work Among Blacks, 1929-201. Index 225. Introduction. The significant impact of communism in combating racism in the labor movement and in support of black liberation cannot be ignored by any serious student of United States history and society. This documentary study seeks to substantiate that view. The editors have tried to select from the mass of primary material they gathered those documents, articles, speeches, and news items that indicate most clearly the formation, evolution, and application of communist policy with respect to the condition and freedom struggle of black Americans. The present volume covers the period from the establishment of the first communist parties in 1919 to the outbreak of the Great Depression in 1929. A second volume will deal with the Depression decade. Editorial introductions to the items place each in context and supply interpretive comment. The prime material has been gathered almost entirely from the newspapers, journals, and other publications issued directly by the Communist Party or identified with it. The editors have restricted themselves to published sources, as the best evidence of the formation of policy and activity based upon that policy. Secondary sources as well as non-communist primary sources have been drawn upon in the editor's introductions, and occasionally for the text. The decade of the 1920s may be considered years of transition during which the Communist Party was consolidated, having more or less brought together divergent tendencies arising from the different roots of American communism and having overcome the state of internecine war between its two contending factions. This process was made more difficult during the early years of the decade by the illegal or semi-legal Introduction. 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 This documentary secondary sources as well as non-communist primary sources have been drawn upon in the editors, introductions, and occasionally for the text. The decade of the 1920s may be considered years of transition during which the Communist Party was consolidated, having more or less brought together divergent tendencies arising from the different roots of American communism and having overcome the state of internecine war between its two contending factions. This process was made more difficult during the early years of the decade by the illegal or semi-legal status forced on the party by repression, including the Palmer raids and prosecution under state sedition and anti-syndicalist laws. The evolution of the party position with respect to the Black Americans was part of the general process of transition, perhaps the most difficult part. The party did not have at hand a substantive Marxist theory to cope specifically with the situation of black Americans. Marx himself had provided little to serve as a guide for the period after the Civil War. During the course of that war he had seen its revolutionary import clearly, anticipating Charles A. Beard's interpretation of the conflict as the Second American Revolution by some 60 years. He had also foreseen the impetus to free capitalist development and the rise of an independent working-class movement imparted by the defeat of the slavocracy. This famous sentence in Capital about slavery in the United States was quoted by socialists and then by communists to stress the need for working-class solidarity. Labor with a white skin cannot emancipate itself where labor with a black skin is branded. But aside from some passing remarks in correspondence with Engels about the importance of the black franchise, there is no evidence that he paid much attention to the post-emancipation condition of the ex-slaves during the Reconstruction period or afterward. The International Workingmen's Association, the first International, penned 3 addresses on the American struggle, the first to President Lincoln proclaiming full support for the North, the second to President Andrew Johnson conveying condolences on the assassination of Lincoln. The third, written shortly after the war ended, congratulated the American people for abolishing slavery and urged them to declare your fellow citizens from this day forth free and equal, without reserve, KL. There is no available record of further concern by Marx with the fate of black Americans. To be sure, he was deeply concerned with the national question. Another famous thought of Marx, "No nation can be free if it oppresses other nations," was first expressed to indicate the relation between the emancipation of the English working class from capitalism and Irish freedom. It became the central theme of his approach to the national questions of Central and Eastern Europe. But it did not at first occur to American Marxists that the Negro question might fall within the compass of the national question, And it was not until the latter part of the 1920s that Lenin's copious writings on the subject became available in English. The Communists inherited from the socialist movement the prevalent pure class approach, which was thought consistent with the Marxist outlook. The solution of the labor question leading in the end to socialism would bring in its train the solution to the Negro question, With such a general outlook, what was distinctive in the situation of the blacks was overlooked and their special needs and demands were ignored. The prevalence of racism in society as a whole, including the working class and affecting the party itself, and therefore the pressing need to fight it if the adherence of Negroes was to be won, was underestimated if not entirely bypassed. Nor in the broader perspective did the Communists at first appreciate the strategic relation of the black freedom struggle to the class struggle against capitalism or to the socialist objective. Only very gradually and uncertainly, often painfully, did the party find its way to a more substantial and productive approach. This course over rough ground, and with many twists and turns, can be traced in the material gathered in this volume. In view of the mass migration of blacks from the rural South to the cities, mostly in the North, and the overnight creation of a black industrial proletariat during the First World War and in the years immediately following, the need for unity of white and black workers was soon recognized. The Communists, like the industrial workers of the world and left labor militants before them, sought to organize black workers and to eliminate the color bar in the trade unions. Some valiant efforts were made, but they met with little success. As early policy statements reveal, the Communists as a whole still failed to realize that the confidence of the black working man, who had to fight his way into industry against the resistance of organized white labor, could not be won without carrying on a fight simultaneously for the specific demands of black labor and against racism. The growing awareness of this crucial problem in the party was due almost entirely to the constant pressure of its black members. At the founding conventions of the two communist parties in 1919, there was not a single black delegate, and one of the conventions had not a word to say about the Negro. Within 2 or 3 years, however, the principal source of black party members became the African Blood Brotherhood, formed in 1919 shortly after the split in the Socialist Party. Many of its leaders were socialists who were enthused by the Russian Bolshevik Revolution. They welcomed the call of the Communist International for the unity of workers of all races throughout the world and its stand for the liberation of subject and colonial peoples. The Brotherhood rejected the Back to Africa RL. The 3 addresses are in Herman Schluter, Lincoln. Labor and Slavery, NY, 1913, pp. 188-201. Program of the Garvey Movement and favored a militant program for black freedom here. Although the African Blood Brotherhood supplied relatively few communists, these were among the first black Americans to join the party and were to constitute the core of black communist leadership for some years to come. The Brotherhood should therefore be considered a principal source of communist adherents, alongside the Socialist Party, the industrial workers of the world, and other trade union militants. 2. The black communists waged a vigorous campaign within the party to raise its consciousness on the Negro question, to achieve positions of leadership, and to reach out toward the Negro masses. In those years, Cyril Briggs, Otto Hoosewood, Otto Hull, Lovett Fort Whiteman, Edward Doty, and other Brotherhood leaders were the most insistent prodders of the party. Among leading white communists there were a few who began to understand the great importance of work among blacks, especially Robert Minor and William F. Dunn, each from an opposing faction. They studied the problem and wrote about it in party journals, in some respects going much beyond the old, pure, class position, and began to appreciate the role of race consciousness as well as the broader social aspects of the black freedom struggle. The ambivalent position with respect to the Garvey movement, the greatest black mass movement in the post-war years, is symptomatic of the difficulties confronted by the party. Particularly in the first years there was a tendency to overlook, if not condemn, the national aspects of that movement, while welcoming its mass character and at the same time rejecting the Back to Africa program as diverting the Negroes from the struggle at home. On the other hand, there were those in the party who rejected the Garvey movement as a whole precisely because of its strong nationalist flavor. There seemed no way to transcend the contradiction between the class and national aspects, the difficulty at the heart of the party problem regarding the American blacks. Nevertheless, in the years 1924 and 1925 vigorous efforts were made to reach out to the black masses. In the former year, a party delegation together with one from the African blood Brotherhood participated in the all-race assembly, the Sanhedrin. This was the first post-war attempt to form a concerted front of the civil rights organizations. All took part, with the exception of Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association. The conference was completely dominated by the black middle class, the professionals and intellectuals. The few party delegates and a handful of their supporters made hardly a dent when they tried to get the conference to take a straightforward position in favor of black labor and its admission into the established trade unions. They fared no better in the effort to establish a militant stand on housing segregation against the black real estate interests present at the conference or on other anti-discrimination demands. The all-race assembly seemed to demonstrate the irreconcilable class conflict within the black community, thus feeding the pure class anti-national trend among the communists. In any case, the conference proved abortive. No doubt a contributing element to the failure of the United Front effort was the anti-intellectual, anti-middle-class bias of the communists, both white and black. This can be seen in the writings of the time. It is also rather sharply illustrated in the fate of Claude McKay, the talented poet and the most prominent black intellectual to adhere to the communists in the early 1920s. At that time he was an editor of The Liberator, successor to the Old Masses, and a staunch supporter of the Russian Revolution. He was invited to address the Fourth Congress of the Communist International as a fraternal delegate in 1922, and wrote passionately in favor of Soviet Russia. And yet, soon after, he was alienated from the communists, largely as a consequence of the racism he encountered among the American communists, a tension aggravated by their anti-intellectual stance. A united freedom front of substance could hardly be attained with such a negative attitude toward the black middle class and the intellectuals. The other major effort to reach outward occurred in 1925, with the organization of the American Negro Labor Congress. Its central objective was to generate a movement directed toward the organization of black labor and to overcome its exclusion from the established unions. The formation of separate black unions was to be supported where necessary, but this was not to be seen as a diversion from the main task of uniting white and black workers in the same unions. The program approved at the Congress went beyond the labor question to cover the broad field of black rights in all aspects, including demands that were to be recognized in law years later. The Congress aroused considerable interest in the country, both from those who were fearful of black militancy and from blacks who looked hopefully to radical initiatives to advance the cause of freedom and equality. It is indicative of the times that in back of both attitudes was the expectation that, given the black condition, communism would have a great appeal to black Americans. Unfortunately, the Congress itself was a disappointment since it attracted few delegates outside of communists and their adherents, despite the proclaimed aim of reaching out to the broad masses. The sharp attack on the Congress by the AFL leadership deterred black unionists from participating. The Congress, however, did bring to public attention the full communist program for black rights, and encouraged an active core of young black communist organizers. In reaction to the black middle-class rejection of labor's demands at the Sanhedrin the previous year, the communists seemed to go to the opposite extreme in requiring adherence to their full program even if it meant a narrow gathering. As the communists themselves were soon to recognize, the Congress was practically a replica of their party, isolated from the masses, and therefore ineffective as a mass organization. A major lesson to be learned from both the Sanhedrin and the Congress was that the Negro question could not be relegated to a separate compartment, even if placed in the hands of black communists. The entire party was to be engaged if any advance of consequence was to be made. 3. The entire party had to be engaged because of the stubborn persistence of racism, white chauvinism, in its ranks. This was expressed in neglect of Negro work, inability or refusal to acknowledge the specific and special demands of black Americans arising from age-old oppression, if not in outright insult and acts of discrimination. Readers of the material contained in this volume will be struck by the constant note of warning in the party press against racism, especially though not only from black communists. Racism was so ingrained in American institutions, daily practice and the white consciousness that a sharp sensitivity and supreme effort would be needed to overcome it within the party, to begin with, before any success among white workers in general could be expected. And without this primary attempt, little could be accomplished in overcoming among blacks the distrust of all whites. Undoubtedly throughout the 1920s the communists did make significant advances beyond the old socialist stand, developing on their own the elements of a program that would eventually recognize the national quality of the Negro question. But in reality, in terms of the Communist Party's role in the black freedom movement and of the number of blacks in its own ranks, progress was slow through most of that decade. The trade union Educational League, devoted to the organization of the unorganized and to industrial unionism, the realization of which would encompass the mass of black labor in industry, was under severe criticism for its complete neglect of Negro workers. The party itself, according to the shocking revelation by James W. Ford at a World Communist Congress in 1928, had no more than 50 black dues-paying members at the time. This seemed to bear out the complaint of some blacks that racism was enough of a burden without taking on the additional onus of being red and subversive. Yet, as acknowledged even by outsiders, it was a remarkable feature of the Communist Party that it was practically the only predominantly white political organization in the country where the need to fight racism and to win black equality could openly be raised and advocated by both blacks and whites. Why, then, did racism in the party seem so intractable, and why such meager progress in recruiting black Americans? The two were obviously connected, and the communists knew it. The solution of the problem could be found only in evolving a new general approach which would supersede the concept either of pure class or merely of race. Here the Communist International made a crucial contribution, encompassing both the class and race aspects of the problem, by setting the black liberation struggle in the United States in the milieu of the national, or nationality, question. The historical literature has usually blamed the International for supposedly misleading the American Party with respect to its Negro policy. An outstanding example is Wilson Records' The Negro and the Communist Party, New York, 1971, which has been accepted as a standard work on the subject. Yet, the positive contribution of the Communist International must be acknowledged. It helped the American Communists make the crucial turn in the struggle against racism and for black rights which so profoundly affected the decade of the 1930s and beyond. To be sure, there were some serious flaws in the theory as applied to the situation of the American Negro people, which we will discuss, but these should not be permitted to obscure the basic contribution. IV. A compelling reason for the blacks to remain in the party and keep fighting was their conviction that Marxism and the socialist perspective would in time evolve a solution if the party stuck to the revolutionary path. This confidence was sustained by the powerful influence of the Russian Revolution and the Communist International, which from the start condemned imperialism and, rejecting decisively the compromising stand of social democracy, and came out unequivocally in support of the liberation struggles of subject and colonial peoples for their independence. Confidence in the Communist International was grounded also in the first-hand experience of black American communists at its world congresses and in their association with its work. To begin with, the International brought constant pressure upon the American Party to end the factional warfare which black communists considered a great, if not the main, obstacle to effective Negro work. They found neither faction free of racism and accused both of using the Negro question as a political football. So they had more than the usual relief when finally in 1929 the factional division was put to an end. Even more to the point, the Congresses, departments and commissions of the International offered an open tribunal for American blacks at which they could air their complaints freely about racism in the American Party. They were assured a sympathetic reception and were certain that pressure would be brought upon the American Communist Party to improve the situation. The International also offered a forum for the discussion of the national and colonial question in many parts of the world. There was thus brought to bear upon the American problem a variety of current experience, not to speak of the theoretical conclusions arising from the debates on the national question over the years in the European socialist and communist movements. The position evolved at the Sixth World Congress, with respect to the American Negro as an oppressed nation, was therefore the outcome of a combination of historical experience. It should not be overlooked that elements of such a position appeared in the United States, in the form of independent, self-reliant freedom movements and programs, from the time of slavery to the present. Some form of political self-determination was implicit in the separatist and nationalist tendencies, even if in a confused way, as most recently in the Garvey movement. Actually, the slogan was raised specifically for the American Negro on the occasion of President Wilson's 14 points, which included the right of self-determination for other nations. But at the Fifth World Congress the national interpretation was for the first time raised in the fuller context of American history. The theoretical insights that opened the way to the new interpretation came from Lenin. As early as February 1913 in a short article entitled, Russians and Negroes, he observed that traces of slavery are reflected in the deplorable condition of blacks in the South of the United States, unworthy of a civilized country. He drew an analogy between that condition and the situation of the Russian peasantry who were, almost freed, from the bondage of serfdom at about the same time as the emancipation of the American slaves. Point 2. This thought was explored more thoroughly in his scholarly study Capitalism and Agriculture in the United States of America, written in 1915 and published in 1917. He made a detailed analysis of the U.S. Agricultural censuses of 1900 and 1910, the latter of particular importance because it was the first census to present separate data on the plantations in the South. Here Lenin rejected the view that the United States is a virgin, bourgeois democracy, a capitalism devoid of feudal remnants, a view which he had shared with Marx and Engels. He recognized in the sharecropping plantation system the unique characteristic of Southern society as distinguished from the rest of the country. That system he saw as a powerful remnant of slavery similar to the residue of feudalism in Russian agriculture following the abolition of serfdom. The Southern semi-feudal formation, Lenin observed, retarded capitalist development and kept captive the majority of the Negro people under especially harsh oppressive conditions. For the two Lenin on the United States. Selected writings by V.I. Lenin, International Publishers, N.Y., 1970, pp. 58-59. Emancipated Negroes, he wrote, the American South is a kind of prison where they're hemmed in, isolated and deprived of fresh air. The South is distinguished by the immobility of its population and by the greatest attachment to the land. 3. Lenin thus associated the oppression of the Negro with the peculiar historical and social development of the South, that is, its semi-feudal content. He was soon to draw further theoretical conclusions. In a work probably begun in 1916 dealing with the composition of the nation-state, he wrote, the Negroes, should be classed as an oppressed nation, for the equality won in the Civil War of 1861-65 and guaranteed by the Constitution of the Republic was in many respects increasingly curtailed in the chief Negro areas, the South, in connection with the transition from the progressive, pre-monopoly capitalism of 1860-70 to the reactionary, monopoly capitalism, imperialism, of the new era, which in America was especially sharply etched out by the Spanish-American imperialist war of 1898.4. This is a remarkable perception of the genesis of the Negro question into a national question, from Civil War in Reconstruction into the period of big capital consolidation and expansion. He returned a number of times to the parallel between semi-feudalism and semi-slavery. Thus, in his pamphlet, A Great Beginning, 1919, we find, half a century after the abolition of serfdom there are still quite a number of survivals of serfdom in the Russian countryside. Half a century after the abolition of slavery in America the position of the Negroes was still very often one of semi-slavery. And in the following year, in his Theses on the Agrarian Question, for the Second Congress of the Communist International, he grouped the former slave owners of America with the big landowners in Russia, Germany and Eastern Europe as carryovers from feudalism. 5. Thus Lenin saw American blacks as an oppressed nation, a condition arising from their history of oppression within the semi-feudal agrarian system of the South. It was not by mere chance, but the result of years of observation, that in his famous Theses on the National and Colonial Question, submitted to the Second Congress, he urged that all communist parties should render direct aid to the dependent and underprivileged nations, for example, Ireland, American Negroes, etc., and in the colonies. 6. One can well surmise that Lenin singled out Ireland and the American Negroes for mention from scores of eligible examples because he was well aware of the chauvinism of the English toward the Irish and of the Americans toward the Negroes. In fact, he had made note of the chauvinism of the American white workers regarding the Chinese and Japanese Exclusion Acts, as well as the racism of the American Socialist Party regarding them and the American Negroes. 73 RBID, pp. 123-131. 4 inches Statistics and Sociology, in Ibid, page 306. 5 RBID, page 397 and p. 453. 6 v. I. Lenin, Selected Works, International Publishers. NY 19, Volume 3, page 425. 7c. Notebooks on Imperialism, in preparation for his book on that subject, written in 1916, in Lenin on the United States, pp. 606-07. To be sure, Lenin did not present a specific program on the American Negro since, as he always insisted, the specifics of each situation had to be fully taken into account, all the more in the case of the complex national question. But his view of the American Negro as an oppressed nation was incorporated in a prime document approved by a World Commune East Congress as far back as 1920. The analogy with other peoples oppressed by imperialism or subjugated by big nations brought the Negro question within the theoretical orbit of the national question in general. But 8 years were to pass before the national approach on the Negro was seriously posed in the American Communist Party. This was due in large measure to the opposition in the party to the nationality interpretation. Objections were expressed from the outset at the Eind World Congress by John Reed, delegate of the Communist Labor Party, in the discussion of Lenin's theses. Reed objected principally on 2 grounds: that nationalist trends such as the Garvey movement failed because the American Negro wanted to be part of the American nation, and, further, because such tendencies were harmful to working-class solidarity and therefore to the prospects of attaining socialism. It is known that Lenin personally tried to convince Reed otherwise, but to no avail. Reed's arguments, in essence, remained at the heart of the opposition to black self-determination among American communists, black as well as white, right through the discussions at the 6th Congress and long afterward. The resolution on the Negro question, which resulted from the 6th World Congress of the Communist International, was the first official document to propose the right of Negroes to national self-determination in the southern states, where the Negroes form a majority of the population. However, full social and political equality was considered the central slogan. A crucial differentiation was drawn between the struggle for equal rights and the propaganda for the slogan of self-determination, emphasis added. In fact, the resolution contained surprisingly little on the latter slogan, surprising, because this was almost an entirely new concept for the United States and was to play a crucial role in the development of communist policy. The semi-slave Black Belt in the South was seen as the source of Negro oppression and as providing the necessary conditions for a national revolutionary movement among the Negroes. Accordingly, the black peasantry are potential allies of the revolutionary proletariat, and not the reserves of reaction as J. Lovestone and others claimed. But the central emphasis is upon the double historical mission of the newly formed black proletariat in the class struggle against capitalism as part of the American working class and as leader of the oppressed Negro masses in their freedom movement. To bring into play both potentials was the responsibility of the Communist Party. It was urged to place Negro work at the center of all its activities, and specifically to concentrate upon breaking down the barriers to blacks in the trade unions. Great urgency was given to the further development of a black party cadre and upon beginning organizational work in the South. Most difficult for the American communists to accept was the accusation that racism infected the party and was reflected in its work. To combat it, the resolution urged vigorous self-criticism together with systematic education on the sources of racism. To overcome the historically rooted distrust of all whites, including white workers, among all classes of blacks, the resolution says, the advanced white workers must show, by action, that they are fighting with the Negroes against all racial discrimination and persecution, especially the white. Communists must take the initiative and bear the responsibility in the struggle against all manifestations of racism and its influence in the working class movement, leaving to the advanced blacks the fight against middle-class separatist tendencies. Without such a constant struggle, the resolution cautions, the black workers will not be drawn to the party. Aside from its inadequate treatment of national self-determination, the resolution was weakest in its narrow concept of the black liberation struggle. There is in it a lack of sensitivity to nationalist feelings among blacks and a failure to comprehend the function and autonomy of their own institutions. For example, Negro preachers and their churches are condemned as agents of the oppressors, and United Front tactics are advocated of the kind that would expose the treacherous petty bourgeois leadership. At the 2nd Congress, Lenin had advocated support for bourgeois democratic nationalist movements in the struggle against imperialism. But following the left emphasis of the 6th Congress, the resolution narrowed such support to the toiling masses of the subject nation. Despite its flaws, the document made a decisive turn away from the Socialist Party position inherited by the Communist Party and toward a new, national approach. True, the Communists had by 1928 already advanced considerably from the antiquated stand, as the election platform of 1928 and William Z. Foster's tour of southern cities in the course of the campaign show. But the C resolution overcame the dualism of class versus race by encompassing both in the concept of the oppressed nation striving for liberation, and as such the potential ally of the working class in the struggle for socialism. The accusation of racism shook up the party, forced it into a long-needed critical examination of its position and into taking the initial steps that were to culminate in the communist leadership of the Great Black mass movements for civil rights and in black participation in the Great Labor Advance of the Depression decade. However, the resolution of 1928 proved to be only a beginning. It was to take more than another year for a real turn to be made. There remained some strong opposition in the party to the new position, as well as reluctance to go the whole way, if not outright indifference to the question. Throughout, considerable unclarity as to the meaning of national self-determination as applied to black Americans prevailed. There was to be another CI resolution on the American Negro in 1930 which sought to resolve such problems. In the meantime, the impetus imparted by the rigorous and extended discussion of the question before and during the Sixth World Congress led the American Party to take some important preliminary measures in 1929. Blacks were elected to the top committees of the party, at least one black district organizer was appointed, a Negro commission with a black in charge was established at the center, and similar bodies recommended for the regional organizations. Serious consideration was given to establishing communist organization in the South. For the Communist Party, the 1920s were years of transition from an immature policy of neglect and indifference with regard to black Americans, to new concepts of black nationality and of the dialectical quality of the relation between black liberation and the goal of socialism. The decade of the 1930s was to be the period in which these new concepts bore fruit in practice. That is the subject of Volume 2. This work could not have been completed without the assistance of numerous libraries and historical societies. We wish to take this opportunity to thank the staffs of the Tammy Tilda Ent Institute Library of New York University, Columbia University Library, Houghton Library, Harvard University Whittier Library, Harvard University, Yale University Library New York Public Library, New York Public Library, Schaumburg Collection, Howard University Library, University of Pennsylvania Library, Bancroft Library, University of California, Berkeley, Langston Hughes Memorial Library, Lincoln University, Pennsylvania, University of Wisconsin Library, and the Library of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin. The editors want especially to thank Richard C. Winchester of Lincoln University for his invaluable assistance in preparing the manuscript for publication. Philip S. Foner. James S. Allen. American Communism and Black Americans. I. Preliminaries, 1919–1924. I. Preliminaries, 1919–1924. When the Socialist Party split at its convention in August 1919, two communist parties were immediately formed at separate conventions, the Communist Party and the Communist Labor Party. The former was much the larger, including the foreign-born language federations which had either been expelled from or had left the Socialist Party. The Communist Labor Party had the larger American-born component. The Negro was not mentioned at all in its program. No Negro delegates were present at either founding convention. Aside from the different composition of the two parties, the tilde was little else to distinguish them from each other. Both opposed the reformist policies of the Socialist Party, supported the militant left in the labor movement, welcomed the Bolshevik-led Russian Revolution of 1917, and favored affiliation with the newly formed Communist International. An attempt to unite both parties was made at a convention in May 1920 which formed the United Communist Party of America. But a large part of the initial Communist Party did not come along, and instead held a separate convention in July 1920 at which, among other things, it accused the United Communist Party of giving undue prominence to the Negro question by placing it as a separate point in the agenda of its convention. As can be seen from the initial programmatic statement of the Communist Party, and other items below, the general approach is similar to that of the Socialist Party in viewing the Negro question simply as an economic or class question, although organization of black workers together with white is emphasized. The Communist was the official organ of the First Communist Party. Program adopted by founding convention of the Communist Party v. The unorganized unskilled workers including the agricultural proletariat constitute the bulk of the working class. The Communist Party shall directly and systematically agitate among these workers, awakening them to industrial union organization and action. V. In close connection with the unskilled worker is the problem of the Negro worker. The Negro problem is a political and economic problem. The racial oppression of the Negro is simply the expression of his economic bondage and oppression, each intensifying the other. This complicates the Negro problem, but does not alter its proletarian character. The Communist Party will carry on agitation among the Negro workers to unite them with all class-conscious workers. The Communist, September 27, 1919. Race and Class. This is one of the few editorial comments in white journals to support the right of self-defense by blacks against white mobs. Nearly 400,000 blacks served in the armed forces during World War I, and these veterans gave a good account of themselves during the race riots of the immediate post-war period. Many American Negroes expected that discrimination would be ended as a result of the victory in the war to make the world safe for democracy. The first major riot occurred in East Street, Louis, Illinois in July 1917, occasioned by competition for jobs. At least 40 blacks were killed, and nearly 6,000 were driven from their homes. In the same year at Houston, Texas, 2 blacks and 17 whites were killed in a fight between black soldiers of the 24th Infantry and whites who had been molesting them. 13 members of the regiment were later hanged. Lynchings were on the rise. 38 in 1917, 64 in 1918, and 83 in 1919. There were other riots during the war, at Waco, Texas, and Memphis, Tennessee. But race riots rose in crescendo in the summer of 1919, the Red Summer, in the words of James Weldon Johnson, when 26 occurred. The bloodiest were in Washington, Chicago, Omaha, Knoxville, Longview, Texas, and in Elaine, Arkansas. These riots were marked by a rising level of armed self-defense by blacks. In Elaine, Phillip County, Arkansas, an all-black association, Progressive Farmers and Householders Union of America, was formed in 1919 to combat the exploitation of Negro sharecroppers and laborers on the plantations. An attempt was made to break up a union meeting at a church in the county in October 1919, in the course of which a white man was killed. A white mob gathered and in the resulting rampage, 5 whites and 25 blacks were officially listed as dead, but observers placed the black toll at over 100. Tried for inciting to insurrection, 12 blacks were sentenced to death and 80 to prison for 1 to 20 years. The Liberator, first published in March 1918, was a successor to the Masses, which was banned from the mails in August 1917 for its anti-war stand. Like its predecessor, the new magazine gathered around itself left writers, artists and other intellectuals, maintaining an aura of freewheeling radicalism. Though not an organ of either Communist Party, its initial editor, Max Eastman, as well as other collaborators, were communists or associated themselves with the communist left. Contributors included many writers and artists who were to become prominent during the next decade or two. The journal at its peak reached a circulation of 60,000. It ceased publication in 1924. Its tradition was continued by the New Masses, which started as a monthly in 1926. There is cause for hope of an ultimate adjustment of the race problem, in the fact that the Negroes are showing some power of resistance to white persecution. If large groups of Negroes have learned enough in the army about their own value and power, that they are ready to defend themselves unitedly against criminal assaults from whites, these assaults will be far less frequent. The first fruit of this new attitude of Negroes may be seen in the following dispatch from Gilmer, Texas. 4 white men charged with lynching Chilton Jennings, a Negro, here on July 24, were arrested today after investigation by the Upshur County Grand Jury. If the 4 men are convicted, it may establish a precedent for which a few, race riots, is one not too large a price to pay. It is hoped, however, that the Negroes will realize that the economic problem, the problem of exploitation and class rule in general, lies in the heart of the race problem, and that it is more important for them to join revolutionary organizations of the general proletariat than the special organizations of their race. The Liberator, September 1919. Speech by John Reed at Second Congress of Communist International on Negro Question. John Reed, the author of 10 Days That Shook the World, a classic first-hand account of the Russian Socialist Revolution, was a founder of the Communist Labor Party and its delegate to the Second Congress of the Communist International in July 1920. As already noted, that party ignored the Negro at its founding convention the year before. Thus Reed's speech at the Congress may be considered the first programmatic statement on the question by one of its leaders. The speech was occasioned by Lenin's draft theses on the national and colonial question, which was submitted to that Congress, discussed extensively, and adopted. The full text of the theses is in V.I. Lenin. Selected Works, International Publishers, New York, 1967, Volume 3, pp. 422-427. In the theses, Lenin included the American Negro among the dependent and underprivileged nations, where liberation movements should be supported by communists. For the development of Lenin's thinking on the American Negro as an oppressed nation, see the introduction to this volume. Reed spoke against this concept, holding that Negroes consider themselves first of all Americans, and that movements aiming at a separate national existence, such as Garveyism, have met with little, if any, success. In 1920 the Garvey movement had not yet attained the mass appeal it was soon to have. He held that the major concern of the American communists was working-class unity of white and black, but he also warned that they must not stand aloof from the Negro movement for social and political equality. In his speech he supported armed defense by blacks in the riots at Washington, D.C., Chicago and Omaha, and remarked on the increase in race consciousness. However, his brief interpretation of the Civil War and Reconstruction and of black history in general is superficial, which is not surprising in view of the little attention then paid to the subject in the labor movement or in left circles. Obviously, he exaggerated the speed with which socialism was influencing black workers, as he did the ratio of whites to blacks killed in the Washington riot. Reed died shortly afterward in Moscow on October 11. At the present time there are about 10 million Negroes living in the United States, most of them are in the southern states, but during the last few years many thousands of Negroes have moved north. As a general rule the northern Negro is an industrial laborer, while in the south they are generally farm laborers or small farmers. The position of the Negroes in the United States, especially in the southern states, is terrible. They are accorded no political rights whatever, although the 16th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States confers upon the Negroes full rights of citizenship. Nevertheless, the majority of the southern states deprive the Negroes of these rights, and in other states where they legally have the right to vote they are killed if they dare to exercise this right. In the United States, Negroes are not permitted to travel in a car containing white people, nor are they permitted to visit hotels and restaurants frequented by the whites, nor to live in the same part of towns. Separate schools of an inferior character exist for Negroes and separate churches are maintained. This separation of the Negro from the white is called the Jim Crow system, and the clergy of Southern churches teach that there is also a heaven in which the Jim Crow system is in operation. In industrial undertakings, Negroes are generally used as unskilled laborers, and until recently they were not admitted to membership in the majority of unions which comprise what is known as the American Federation of Labor. The International of the Revolutionary Youth too of course worked to organize the Negroes. The old Socialist Party has never seriously endeavored to organize the Negroes, and, in fact, in several states Negroes were not admitted to the party, while in other states they formed separate and distinct sections. I have not sufficient time to explain the status of the Negro question in the United States from a historical standpoint. The Negroes are the descendants of a slave population, the liberation of which was effected only as a military necessity at the time of the Civil War, when they were still entirely undeveloped from an economic and political standpoint. They were granted full political rights solely with the intentions of creating a desperate class struggle and with a view to hindering the development of Southern capital and thus enable the North to obtain control of all the resources of the country. Until comparatively recently, the Negroes gave no indication of any aggressive class tendencies. A change in this regard was first noticed after the Spanish-American War, during which the black regiments fought with great bravery and from which they returned with the feeling that they were human beings and the equals of the white soldiers. Up to that time, there had been no movement or advance among the Negroes, with the exception of a semi-philanthropic educational institution headed by Booker T. Washington and supported by white capitalists. This movement resulted in the organization of a few schools where the Negroes were taught to be good servants and laborers and to be satisfied with the lot and destiny of an inferior people. During the Spanish War, a new feeling arose among the Negroes, which found expression in a demand for social and political equality as regards the whites. The American Army, which was sent to France during the European War, included 500,000 Negroes, and these, when serving in the same units or organizations with French soldiers, observed that they were being treated in social and other matters as full equals. The American General Staff then applied not the 16th, but the 15th Amendment granted Negro suffrage. Probably a mistake of translation into Russian and then back to English, perhaps, industrial workers of the world, is meant to the French High Command with a request that the Negroes be excluded from all places visited or frequented by white people, and made a request that the Negro be treated as an inferior being. After having served throughout the war, these Negro soldiers, many of whom received decorations for bravery from the French and Belgian governments, returned to their homes and villages, where many were lynched solely because they dared to wear their uniforms and decorations in public. At the same time, indications appeared of a strong feeling and movement among the Negroes who had remained at home. Thousands of them moved to the northern states, where they were employed in war industries and where they came into touch with the strong labor movement. Their lot, however, was unhappy, as the increase of wages could not keep pace with the tremendous increase in the price of all articles of absolute necessity. In addition, the Negroes were much more affected by the terrific strain of working in these factories at high tension than were the white laborers who, through many years of experience, had become accustomed to this terrible exploitation. At this time the magazine, The Messenger, was founded, edited by a young Negro socialist, A. Philip Randolph. He combined socialistic propaganda with an appeal to the race consciousness of the Negroes, and urged them to organize for self-defense against the brutal attacks of the whites. But at the same time he insisted upon the closest affiliation with the white laborers, despite the fact that these white laborers had sometimes participated in Negro pogroms, pointing out that the conflict between these two races is supported by the capitalists for their own selfish purposes. The return from the front of the American Army brought 4 million of white laborers to the labor market. This resulted in a lack of work and an evidence of impatience on the part of the demobilized soldiers, who threatened the employers to such a degree and extent that the employers were compelled to direct this general dissatisfaction along another line, which they did by informing the soldiers that their places had been given to Negro workers. They thus provoked the white laborers into starting a massacre of the Negroes. The first struggle took place in the national capital at Washington, where petty government officials, after their return from the war, found their places occupied by Negroes. The majority of these officials were from the South. They organized a night attack on the Negroes of the city in order to intimidate them and induce them to vacate their positions. To the great surprise of all, however, the Negroes appeared on the streets fully armed, and they fought with such bravery that for each Negro killed 3 whites were killed. A few months later a similar riot broke out in Chicago, which lasted for several days and resulted in many people being killed on both sides. A third massacre took place in Omaha. In these fights, for the first time in history, the Negroes were fully armed, splendidly organized, and gave no evidence of any fear of the whites. Race consciousness has steadily increased among the Negroes, a certain section of whom are now carrying on a propaganda in favor of an armed revolt against the whites. Returned Negro soldiers have everywhere organized unions for self-defense against lynchings carried on by the whites. The circulation of The Messenger has steadily increased until at the present time its monthly issue approximates 150,000 copies. And along with all this, socialistic ideas are rapidly developing among the blacks employed in industrial establishments. As an oppressed and downtrodden people, the Negro offers to us a double or twofold opportunity. First, a strong race and social movement. Second, a strong proletarian labor movement. The Negro does not demand national independence. Every movement which has thus far been carried on among them with the end of establishing a separate national resistance, for example, the Back to Africa movement, has met with little, if any, success. They consider themselves first of all Americans and feel entirely at home in the United States. This facilitates to a very great extent the task of communists. The only proper policy for the American communists to follow is to consider the Negro first of all as a laborer. Farm laborers and small farmers of the South present a problem analogous to that of the white rural proletariat, although the Negroes are very backward. Among the Negro industrial workers in the northern states, communistic propaganda can easily be spread. In both the northern and southern parts of the country, the one aim must be to unite the Negro and the white laborer in common labor unions. This is the best and quickest way to destroy the race prejudice and to develop class solidarity. The communists must not, however, stand aloof from the Negro movement for social and political equality, which is developing so rapidly at the present time among the Negro masses. Communists must avail themselves of this movement in order to prove the emptiness of bourgeois equality and the necessity for a social revolution, not only to liberate all laborers from slavery, but also as being the only effective means of liberating the oppressed Negro people. Pravda, Moscow, August 8, 1920, as translated and printed in the Second Congress of the Communist International. As reported and interpreted by the official newspapers of Soviet Russia. Petrograd, Moscow, July 19 to August 7, 1920. Washington, Government Printing Office, 1920, pp. 151-54. Somewhat abridged. The Race Problem. At the Unity Convention in Woodstock, NY, May 1921, agreement was reached among the contending groups to form a single party, the Communist Party of America. No specific Negro demands were included in its program, but the Negro was mentioned in the manifesto. The next step was the formation of the Workers' Party of America in December 1921. It should be recalled that the efforts at unity of the two main communist groups were complicated. Indeed, their very existence was threatened by the constant attacks on the radicals, the foreign-born, and especially communists, as exemplified in the Palmer raids at the beginning of 1919 and continued with little abatement thereafter. The Workers' Party was therefore considered the legal party, in the sense that it would be pushing for legal recognition as a party, while the Communist Party of America was retained as the alternative, underground, organization should the former be suppressed. In April 1923 both parties were consolidated in the Workers' Party of America, thus bringing all communist groups under one _oof. At the 1925 convention the name Workers' Communist Party was adopted, and then in 1930 it became the Communist Party of the United States. It is significant that the Workers' Party pledged to support the Negroes in their struggle for liberation, and for full equality, and to destroy altogether the barriers of race prejudice in the unions. The recognition of this special responsibility marks an important step forward. The Negro workers in America are exploited and oppressed more ruthlessly than any other group. The history of the Southern Negro is the history of a reign of terror, of persecution, rape and murder. The formal abolition of slavery made it possible for the Northern capitalists to penetrate the South and to bring poor Negro labor north. This was, however, detrimental to the interests of Southern capitalists, and they have sought by every means to maintain the enslavement of the Negro. It is in order to subjugate him and break his spirit, that secret murder societies such as the Ku Klux Klan have been established. Because of the anti-Negro policies of organized labor, the Negro has despaired of aid from this source, and he has either been driven into the camp of labor's enemies, or has been compelled to develop purely racial organizations which seek purely racial aims. The Workers' Party will support the Negroes in their struggle for liberation, and will help them in their fight for economic, political and social equality. It will point out to them that the interests of the Negro workers are identical with those of the white. It will seek to end the policy of discrimination followed by organized labor. Its task will be to destroy altogether the barrier of race prejudice that has been used to keep apart the black and white workers, and bind them into a solid union of revolutionary forces for the overthrow of our common enemy. Program and Constitution, Workers. Party of America, New York, 1921, pamphlet. The Economic Basis of the Tulsa Race Riot. By E. T. Allison. Tulsa, Oklahoma was the scene of one of the bloodiest race riots of the post-war years. It was marked by a high level of organized self-defense on the part of the blacks, including many veterans of war. The riot began May 30, 1921. About 50 whites and 200 black men, women and children were killed, when a white mob of thousands swept through the Negro community, looting homes and setting them ablaze. At the time, Tulsa was rapidly developing its new oil fields. During the war, a reign of terror was launched against the industrial workers of the world who were organizing the oil workers, at one time 17. IWW men were tarred, feathered and abandoned to their fate. The following article in the Toiler, organ of the Communist Party, is notable for its recognition of the overall oppression of the Negro people by whites and their institutions, a marked departure from the traditional socialist approach, though it still tended to reduce the basic cause of the riot to a single economic factor. With respect to the latter, however, the article has the merit of calling attention to the role of the new oil finds on Negro-owned or inhabited land among causes of the riot. It fails to note, as so much of the Negro press did not at the time, the importance of the black fight back and the right of armed defense. Elmer T. Allison was a member of the left wing of the Socialist Party in Cleveland, and helped form the Communist Labor Party. He was editor of the Socialist News, of that city, the forerunner of the Toiler. He died in 1982, just short of 99 years of age. As one cannot understand any great social change or manifestation without a true conception of the economic basis for such, so, neither can one understand any lesser social phenomena without understanding the economic basis in which its causes find root, and out of which it springs. The Tulsa race riot of 2 weeks ago is a case in point. The riot did not just happen. There were very clear and definite causes for that outburst of savagery, causes which in the main now reveal themselves as economic in character. No difference of color, nor creed, nor race can account for it. The attempt to separate the Negro race from the economic development of the United States in the early period of its settlement would be a witless procedure. The entire civilization of the far greater portion of the country was at that time based and grounded upon the slavery of the Negro. To understand the early period of the country's development, one must not fail to reckon with the foundation upon which its economic, civil and moral superstructure was built, chattel slavery. 10 million inhabitants of a country, even of the extent of the United States, bound together by ties of race, historical development and similarity of economic and social status, cannot be readily divorced from any calculation of social forces of that country. And it would be entirely erroneous to attempt such on the basis of the larger freedom granted the Negro since the Civil War. His changed relation to his masters and to the white society is an almost fictitious one, especially in the South where his greatest numbers still live and labor. The Negro race is linked up with unbreakable bonds economic with the white civilization. The labor of these millions is still peremptorily necessary in the realms of King Cotton and even in various basic industries of the North. While capitalist society is as clearly in a conspiracy against the Negro here as any pogrom-ridden Eastern nation against the Jews, here the lynching bee and the race riot, there the pogrom. The causes are the same as are too the results. The American Negro, and we must not forget that he is truly American as are any of the whites, more so than many of them, who attempts to raise himself and family into a higher plane of life and social position is always damned and often doomed, by the white society which dominates the country. The Negro who is content to remain a nigger, and a vassal of the whites, is held in the veriest contempt, but let him simulate the human aspirations of the white race for the larger life and then to this contempt of the whites is added a bloodthirsty desire for vengeance which at any moment breaks upon his head. Upon such shifty foundation rested the liberties of thousands of Negro men, women and children at Tulsa when the white vengeance swept their homes and many of them as well, out of existence in a whirlwind of fury. The main purpose and object of all white aggressions upon the Negro are to keep him down under the feet of the white rulers, the whites' laws, the white politicians, the white masters. Anything which will reduce the Negro to this place and keep him there as dirt beneath the feet of his masters, is good in the eyes of white civilization. As long as the Negro will consent to stay down, the bloodthirstiness of the whites may be appeased by only an occasional sacrificial offering of a black man or woman. The magnet of industrial development drew many thousands of Negroes into the northern and western parts of the country during the war. Post-war conditions favored the retention of them north of the Mason and Dixon line. The opening of oil fields and the high prices for cotton were active agencies in attracting large numbers of them to the Southwest. High wages, high cotton prices, luck in the oil gamble, made many of them comparatively well-to-do. Negroes established themselves in business, competing with white firms. Negro newspapers were established, Negro organizations grew. They settled down in that section as an established portion of the inhabitants. Business interests establish the current view upon any public matter, whether it is the floating of the pre-discounted 20% Liberty Loan, or decision upon adopting a scientific formula for conserving human life. Business, through its publicity and legal organisms, has the first and last say. The lower classes have little force in deciding anything. Whether white or black, they are only the implements of the bourgeoisie. It was white business interests which fomented the Tulsa riot. Whatever differences there may have been between white workers and black workers on account of undercutting of wages by the Negroes because of unemployment, it must not be assumed that these differences counted for anything with the white master class, except as an implement of possible use against the Negro when the whites chose to bring the mob into action. The business depression rendered the Negroes more of a menace than an asset to the white interests. The trap was sprung. The Tulsa riot was the fruit of a long brewing trouble, not unexpected in some quarters. Many instances of white aggression upon Negro rights can be cited in proof of this. Negroes holding land upon which oil was struck were forced to sell to whites, were driven out of the country. Notices were stuck upon Negroes' houses warning them of white vengeance if they remained in that section. Many and various obstacles were placed in the way of Negro advancement. Violations of legal rights became the order of the day where Negroes were concerned. The Negroes were becoming an established competitive factor to white business. And because of it they were outlawed, and the sentence of death passed upon them. The riot ensued. Whatever immediate circumstances set off the explosion that has found an echo of condemnation wherever men really think, down at the bottom must be recognized these fundamental causes, economic in nature, which are ineradicable as long as the present capitalistic system shall last. The toiler, Cleveland, June 18, 1921. The Negro in Radical Thought. An exchange between Claude McKay and W.E.B. Du Bois. Claude McKay, the poet, was the most prominent black intellectual to be associated with the communists in the early 1920s. Born in Jamaica of a farm family with slave antecedents, he came to the United States in 1912 at the age of 23, after the publication of his first 2 volumes of poetry, with the intention of studying agriculture. After a short stay at Tuskegee Institute, he found the restrictions and the general air of conformism intolerable. He went to Kansas State College, where he remained until 1914, when he came to New York. Here he failed in a short-lived restaurant business, and held jobs as Pullman porter, waiter and janitor while again writing. He turned from the dialect poetry of his Jamaica days to lyrical poetry in the traditional sonnet form. He was first published in 1917 in Seven Arts magazine, edited by Waldo Frank and James Oppenheim, and soon after appeared in Pearson's magazine, of which Frank Harris was editor. McKay was in England from the summer of 1919 to early 1921. He wrote for Workers' Dreadnought, the magazine of Sylvia Pankhurst, suffragette and socialist, whose group participated in the formation of the British Communist Party. Though he had known the old masses, and favored the Bolshevik Revolution, this was his first opportunity to study Marx. A collection of his poems was published in England under the title, Spring in New Hampshire. On his return to New York, he was invited to become an associate editor of The Liberator, which had published his poetry, and in the April 1921 issue his name appeared the masthead together with Max Eastman, Floyd Dell, and Robert Minor. Michael Gold and Joseph Freeman were also on the staff. When Eastman withdrew as editor later that year, McKay became joint editor with Gold in December 1921. He resigned in June 1922 when differences between him and Gold over proletarian literature could not be resolved. Though it was not admitted at the time, racism was an important factor, as is obvious from the Eastman-McKay correspondence, see below. See Claude McKay, A Long Way From Home. An Autobiography, New York, 1937, reprinted as paperback by Harcourt Brace and World, 1970. The Publication of Harlem Shadows, New York. Harcourt, Brace and Company, 1922, may be considered the dawn of what was later called the Harlem Renaissance. It was a collection of McKay's poetry, some of which had appeared in The Liberator, The Messenger and other magazines. McKay had achieved wide popularity as a people's poet with his sonnet, If We Must Die, written during the race riots of 1919 and published in the July Liberator of that year. It was widely reprinted in the black press, and read from pulpit and platform at Negro gatherings. It expressed deep anger and the new spirit of fight back. If we must die, let it not be like hogs. Like men we'll face the murderous, cowardly pack. Pressed to the wall, dying, but fighting back. The following exchange between Claude McKay and W.E.B. Du Bois, editor of The Crisis, is noteworthy for the contrast between the two. The former voices straightforward support of the Russian Revolution while drive. Du Bois, in one of the few full statements of his position at the time, expresses his own ambivalent view. Dr. Du Bois' editorial also expresses clear distrust of the white working class and protests the anti-Negro stand of the unions. Mr. Claude McKay, one of the editors of The Liberator and a Negro poet of distinction, writes us as follows. I am surprised and sorry that in your editorial, The Drive, published in The Crisis for May, you should leap out of your sphere to sneer at the Russian Revolution, the greatest event in the history of humanity. Much greater than the French Revolution, which is held up as a wonderful achievement to Negro children and students in white and black schools. For American Negroes, the indisputable and outstanding fact of the Russian Revolution is that a mere handful of Jews, much less in ratio to the number of Negroes in the American population, have attained, through the revolution, all the political and social rights that were denied to them under the regime of the Tsar. Although no thinking Negro can deny the great work that the NAACP is doing, it must yet be admitted that from its platform and personnel the association cannot function as a revolutionary working-class organization. And the overwhelming majority of American Negroes belong by birth, condition and repression to the working class. Your aim is to get for the American Negro the political and social rights that are his by virtue of the Constitution, the rights which are denied him by the Southern oligarchy with the active cooperation of state governments and the tacit support of Northern business interests. And your aim is a noble one, which deserves the support of all progressive Negroes. But the Negro in politics and social life is ostracized only technically by the distinction of color. In reality, the Negro is discriminated against because he is of the lowest type of worker. Obviously, this economic difference between the white and black workers manifests itself in various forms, in color prejudice, race hatred, political and social boycotting and lynching of Negroes. And all the entrenched institutions of white America, law courts, churches, schools, the fighting forces and the press, condone these iniquities perpetrated upon black men, iniquities that are dismissed indifferently as the inevitable result of the social system. Still, whenever it suits the business interests controlling these institutions to mitigate the persecutions against Negroes, they do so with impunity. When organized white workers quit their jobs, Negroes, who are discouraged by the whites to organize, are sought to take their places. And these strike-breaking Negroes work under the protection of the military and the police. But as ordinary citizens and workers, Negroes are not protected by the military and the police from the mob. The ruling classes will not grant Negroes those rights which, on a lesser scale and more plausibly, are withheld from the white proletariat. The concession of these rights would immediately cause a revolution in the economic life of this country. We are aware that some of our friends have been disappointed with the crisis during and since the war. Some have assumed that we aimed chiefly at mounting the bandwagon with our cause during the madness of war, others thought that we were playing safe so as to avoid the Department of Justice, and still a third class found us curiously stupid in our attitude toward the broader matters of human reform. Such critics, and Mr. McKay is among them, must give us credit for standing to our guns in the past at no little cost in many influential quarters, and they must also remember that we have one chief cause, the emancipation of the Negro, and to this all else must be subordinated, not because other questions are not important but because to our mind the most important social question today is recognition of the darker races. Turning now to that marvelous set of phenomena known as the Russian Revolution, Mr. McKay is wrong in thinking that we have ever intentionally sneered at it. On the contrary, time may prove, as he believes, that the Russian Revolution is the greatest event of the 19th and 20th centuries, and its leaders the most unselfish prophets. At the same time, the crisis does not know this to be true. Russia is incredibly vast, and the happenings there in the last 5 years have been intricate to a degree that must make any student pause. We sit, therefore, with waiting hands and listening ears, seeing some splendid results from Russia, like the cartoons for public education recently exhibited in America, and hearing of other things which frighten us. We are moved neither by the superficial omniscience of Wells L. nor the reports in the New York Times, but this alone: L.H.G. Wells interviewed Lenin and wrote favorably about the revolution. See his Russia in the Shadows, London, 1921. We do know that the immediate work for the American Negro lies in America and not in Russia, and this, too, in spite of the fact that the Third Internationale has made a pronouncement which cannot but have our entire sympathy. The Communist Internationale once forever breaks with the traditions of the Second Internationale, which in reality only recognize the white race. The Communité Internationale makes it its task to emancipate the workers of the entire world. The ranks of the Communist International fraternally unite men of all colors. White, yellow and black, the 12s of the entire world. Despite this, there come to us black men two insistent questions. What is today the right program of socialism? The editor of the Crisis considers himself a socialist, but he does not believe that German state socialism or the dictatorship of the proletariat are perfect panaceas. He believes with most thinking men that the present method of creating, controlling and distributing wealth is desperately wrong, that there must come and is coming a social control of wealth, but he does not know just what form that control is going to take, and he is not prepared to dogmatize with Marx or Lenin. Further than that, and more fundamental to the duty and outlook of the Crisis, is this question. How far can the colored people of the world, and particularly the Negroes of the United States, trust the working class? Many honest thinking Negroes assume, and Mr. McKay seems to be one of these, that we have only to embrace the working class program to have the working class embrace ours, that we have only to join trade unionism and socialism or even communism, as they are today expounded, to have union labor and socialists and communists believe and act on the equality of mankind and the abolition of the color line. The Crisis wishes that this were true, but it is forced to the conclusion that it is not. The American Federation of Labor, as representing the trade unions in America, has been grossly unfair and discriminatory toward Negroes and still is. American socialism has discriminated against black folk and before the war was prepared to go further with this discrimination. European socialism has openly discriminated against Asiatics. Nor is this surprising. Why should we assume on the part of unlettered and suppressed masses of white workers, a clearness of thought, a sense of human brotherhood, that is sadly lacking in the most educated classes? Our task, therefore, as it seems to the Crisis, is clear. We have to convince the working classes of the world that black men, brown men, and yellow men are human beings and suffer the same discrimination that white workers suffer. We have in addition to this to espouse the cause of the white workers, only being careful that we do not in this way allow them to jeopardize our cause. We must, for instance, have bread. If our white fellow workers drive us out of decent jobs, we are compelled to accept indecent wages even at the price of stabbing. It is a hard choice, but whose is to blame? Finally, despite public prejudice and clamor, we should examine with open mind in literature, debate and in real life the great programs of social reform that are day by day being put forward. This was the true thought and meaning back of our May editorial. We have an immediate program for Negro emancipation laid down and thought out by the NAACP. It is foolish for us to give up this practical program for mirage in Africa or by seeking to join a revolution which we do not at present understand. On the other hand, as Mr. McKay says, it would be just as foolish for us to sneer or even seem to sneer at the blood and wind writhing of hundreds of millions of our whiter human brothers. The Crisis, July 1921. The Negro Liberation Movement. By C. Lorenzo. The following article in the Toiler maintains the advance beyond the traditional socialist approach which was made by the previous essay of E.T. Allison. Perhaps for the first time in communist literature, certainly among the earliest, is the term Negro Liberation Movement, denoting a broader concept beyond the simple class position. In associating that movement with the world colonial struggle against imperialism, the author expresses the position of the Theses on the National and Colonial Question, adopted at the Eind Congress of the Communist International. To be sure, he exaggerates the brilliant tactical victories of the African Blood Brotherhood over the Universal Negro Improvement Association. For discussion of both organizations, see below, and his views of the UNIA were not entirely accepted by either communist party. But his approval of the African Blood Brotherhood did presage a development of considerable importance. That the Negro people are at last waking to a realization of their rights and, accordingly, to participation in the universal liberation struggle of the exploited masses of the world, must be, of necessity, a source of constant and intense gratification to all workers who are genuinely class conscious. The efforts of the Negroes to throw off the yoke of the white capitalist imperialists cannot fail to react favorably on our fight against the same enemy. In spite of the folly and blindness of most of their present leaders, the Negroes, to attain any measure of success in their struggle against the imperialist governments of Europe and North America, must come eventually to a full realization of the identity of their interests with those of other oppressed people and of the class-conscious white workers. They are beginning to realize that not all white people are their enemies, and that the same group which oppresses and exploits them also exploits and oppresses the working masses of the white race. Every blow struck for Negro liberation will be a blow struck for the world proletariat, since whether the Negroes consciously will it or not, the effects will be the weakening of the capitalist foe of both the subject peoples and the exploited white workers. In like manner, every blow struck for the liberation of the proletariat will be a blow for the Negroes, both as Negroes and as workers. The difficulties which will face the proletarian struggle in Europe and America will be increased so long as the enemy is able to draw on the colonies for material resources and fighting men with which to war upon the workers in the home lands. This is a truth that, while fully recognized by the Communist International and its millions of followers in all countries, is generally blinked at by the leaders of the British Labour Party, and other traitors to the workers' cause. It is largely on account of these traitors that the Negroes have not yet been brought to a realization of the primacy of their workers' interests over their merely racial interests. For this reason a short survey has to be made from a racial angle. At the present there are two great outstanding sections or phases of the Negro liberation movement with headquarters in the United States. These are the Universal Negro Improvement Association, better known as the Garvey Movement, and the African Blood Brotherhood. Of the two great sections of the liberation movement emanating in the United States and now encircling the globe and demanding full Negro liberation, the African Blood Brotherhood, or ABB, headed by Cyril Briggs, apt 3 rupees to have the better tactical direction which, together with a clear realization of the underlying causes and intensity of the struggle, makes it the most effective Negro organization in the field. It is the only Negro organization that the capitalists view with any degree of alarm. This may be because of the historic reputation of the organization, dating from the Tulsa race _IOTS, or because the ABB recognizes the capitalist imperialist system as the cause of the economic slavery of the Negro people and loses no opportunity to drive home to the Negro masses this most important point. Moreover, ABB tactics are based upon the idea, expressed by the Indian proverb that, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," and the organization openly seeks the cooperation of all other forces genuinely opposed to the capitalist imperialist system. While placing a free Africa as the chief of its ultimate aims, the ABB has no intention of surrendering any rights that the Negro has won in other parts of the world, or of letting up on the fight for liberty, political, economic, social, in the United States. It is at present carrying on a most uncompromising fight for the rights of the Negro occurs in this country to organize for the betterment of their condition, the raising of their standard of living, and for shorter hours and higher wages. At the same time it seeks to imbue the Negro workers with a sense of the necessity of working-class solidarity to the success of the struggle against the capitalist imperialist system, which it asks Negroes to wage both as Negroes and as workers. The ABB is a genuine working-class organization, composed of Negro workers, and with Negro workers at the helm. The Garvey organization, in concentrating its attention upon a free Africa to the neglect of the race and labor rights of Negroes in other parts of the world, has done much to confuse the Negro masses and distract the American Negro workers from their urgent problems in this country. There are signs, however, of a reversal of this policy, due, no doubt, to the stream of criticism which has been leveled at Garvey as a result of said policy. The ABB, in particular, has attacked Garvey on this and other points, in order to show to the masses of the Negro workers exactly what the Garvey movement stands for. The African Blood Brotherhood is practically supported by the rank and file of both organizations. In fact, several thousand members have left the UNIA, and that organization now faces a severe international crisis as a result of the brilliant tactical victories which the ABB leaders have won over Garvey and his staff. The Toiler, December 10, 1921. Program of the African Blood Brotherhood. The African Blood Brotherhood was organized as a revolutionary secret order in 1919 by Cyril V. Briggs. Born in Nevis, British West Indies, in 1888, he came to the United States in 1905. In 1912 he joined the staff of the Amsterdam News, a Harlem Negro weekly, later to become its principal editorial writer. He was a contributor to The Messenger, the socialist magazine edited by Chandler Owens and A. Philip Randolph, who was later to organize the Pullman Porters. When the Socialist Party split in 1919, Randolph and Owen adhered to that party, while Briggs tended to align himself with the left as editor of the Crusader, a monthly magazine which had been established the year before and became the organ of the ABB. The magazine supported 3 black socialist candidates in the New York elections of 1918, and in October 1919 it was still urging its readers to join the Socialist Party as a way of forcing belated justice and consideration from the Republicans. But the ABB soon moved into the communist orbit. Briggs, Richard B. Moore, Otto E. Hoosewood, Grace P. Campbell, Edward Doty, Otto Hall, N.V. Phillips and Harry Haywood, as well as other leaders and activists of the society, were among the earliest Negroes to join the Communist Party and to become prominent within it. In fact, the ABB may be considered among the principal sources of the communist movement, not so much because of the number of black recruits it provided, which were relatively few, but because of the vital contribution of its leading members in making white communists sensitive to the meaning and dangers of racism, and to the pressing needs of the Negro. Its closeness to the Communists was well established by December 1921, when the ABB had a fraternal delegation at the founding convention of the Workers' Party of America. It gradually merged into the party, and by 1924-25 it practically ceased to exist. The few remaining posts were urged to join the American Negro Labor Congress when it was organized in 1925, see below. According to an interview with Cyril Briggs Carl. A Ford, Federal Writers Project, July 27, 1939, on film at Schomburg Library, New York. The ABB at its height had a membership of 2,500 with 50 posts throughout the nation, including some in the South, and a few in South America and the West Indies. It had a strong post of miners in West Virginia, and also had considerable support among the building workers in Chicago. Edward Doty, commander of the Chicago Post, was organizer of independent unions of black workers in that city. Besides editing the Crusader, which at its peak claimed a circulation of 33,000, Briggs also ran the Crusader News Service, which he said reached as many as 200 Negro newspapers. In this interview, he summarized the ABB program as follows. 1. Armed resistance against lynching. 2. Self-determination for the Negro in the states where he constituted a majority. 3. Right of franchise for Negroes in the South. 4. Struggle for equal rights and against all forms of Jim Crow. 5. Organization of the Negro in established trade unions. Organization of Negro unions in industries where Negroes are barred from established trade unions. 6. Against imperialism in Africa and West Indies, worldwide struggle for free Africa. Though Briggs mentions self-determination in the above interview, given in the 1930s when that concept was part of the communist position, it is not mentioned in the full programmatic statement given below nor in the scanty ABB literature available today. However, Briggs himself, in early writings, suggested such an idea. In September 1917 he urged the setting up of an autonomous black state in the West in an Amsterdam News editorial, and he took the occasion of President Wilson's 14-point statement of January 1918, with its call for self-determination of nations, to urge also a separate political existence for American Negroes. He continued to press this idea as editor of the Crusader, with emphasis shifting between the South, Africa, and the Caribbean. Because of his opposition during the First World War to Jim Crow in the Army, and his sharp criticism of Dr. Dubois' appeal to blacks to close ranks. In support of the war, Briggs was forced to withdraw from the Amsterdam News. The ABB received national attention when attempts were made to blame it for the Tulsa race riot. It had a post in that city, mostly of ex-servicemen, some of whom were killed. In a press interview, Briggs denied that the Brotherhood had fomented the race riot, but declared, "This organization has no other answer to make save to admit that the African Blood Brotherhood is interested in having Negroes organized in self-defense against wanton attack. Haven't the Negroes the right to defend their lives and property when they are menaced, or is this an exclusive prerogative of the white race?" New York Times, June 5, 1921. The following is one of the rare program documents available. It sees Soviet Russia as the great anti-imperialist force, and the Communist International as the world revolutionary force. Some of its proposals are prophetic. For example, the call for a Pan-African army, which was to be echoed after World War II by Kwame Nkrumah, as president of newly independent Ghana, or its demand for united action of all Negro organizations in the United States on a federative basis, which was attempted 2 years later in the Sanhedrin, see below. Its concept of alliances with the appropriate white sectors, and its view of the non-class conscious white workers as a potential ally, to be won over, are notable points. The idea of American Negroes as leaders of a world movement for Negro liberation is a theme often to be found in communist and left literature. The last vitriolic paragraph is directed at the Garvey, Back to Africa, movement. According to the introductory note of the editor of the Communist Review, the program was the work primarily of Cyril V. Briggs, the Brotherhood's ideological leader. The Communist Review was the official monthly journal of the Communist Party of Great Britain. A race without a program is like a ship at sea without a rudder. It is absolutely at the mercy of the elements. It is buffeted hither and thither, and in a storm is bound to flounder. It is in such a plight as this that the Negro race has drifted for the past 50 years and more. Rarely ever did it know exactly what it was seeking, and never once did it formulate any intelligent and workable plan of getting what it was seeking, even in the rare instances when it did know what it wanted. It is to meet this unfortunate condition and to supply a rudder for the Negro ship of state, a definite directive force, that the following program adopted by the African Blood Brotherhood is herewith offered for the consideration of other Negro organizations and of the race in general. There is nothing illusory or impractical about this program. Every point is based upon the historic experience of some section or other of the great human family. Those who formulated the program recognized 1. The economic nature of the struggle, not wholly economic, but nearly so; 2. That it is essential to know from whom our oppression comes. That is, who are our enemies, and to make common cause with all forces and movements that are working against our enemies. 3. That it is not necessary for Negroes to be able to endorse the program of these other movements before they can make common cause with them against the common enemy. That the important thing about Soviet Russia, for example, is not the merits or demerits of the Soviet form of government, but the outstanding fact that Soviet Russia is opposing the imperialist robbers who have partitioned our motherland and subjugated our kindred, and that Soviet Russia is feared by those imperialist nations and by all the capitalist plunder bunds of the earth, from whose covetousness and murderous inhumanity we at present suffer in many lands. Africa. Our motherland, Africa, is divided by the big capitalist powers into so-called colonies. The colonies in turn are parceled out to white planters and capitalists, some of them colonists, others absentee landlords. To this end the free life of the African peoples have been broken up and the natives deprived of their lands in order to force them to work, at starvation wages, on the lands of these white capitalists. These planter capitalists have settled down in our country to exploit the riches of the land as well as the labor of our people. But our people were not tamely submissive and had to be subjugated. They refused to be exploited and rebelled and fought the invader in an unequal struggle. The invaders, armed with weapons of modern technique and precision, as against the primitive and old weapons of our forefathers, were finally able to subdue our people. But not until many a British square had been broken and many a sudden disaster suffered by the forces of all of the invading capitalist powers. How we were enslaved. And the fight is not yet over. A people living in oppression may be compared to a volcano. At any moment it may rise like a giant and run its enemies into the sea. To prevent this eventuality, the capitalist planters, with the aid of their home governments, have organized colonial armies, formed and equipped according to methods of modern technique. And to conquer our militant spirit and win us to slavish acceptance of their dominance, they brought in the white man's religion, Christianity, and with it whiskey. By the white man's religion our people's militant spirit was drugged, with his whiskey they were debauched. The white man's treachery, the white man's religion and whiskey had as great a part in bringing about our enslavement as the white man's guns. But in order to more intensively exploit our rich motherland and the cheap labor power of an enslaved people, it was necessary to bring into our land certain machine industries and certain material improvements, like railroads, etc., and today we may witness, especially in the coast cities of Africa, the steady growth of modern enterprise. With the introduction of industrial equipment, the African has learned to wield the white man's machines, his guns, his methods, and with the possession of this knowledge has grown a new hope and determination to achieve his freedom and become the master of his own motherland. Hope never more justified. Indeed, the hope of the Negro people to free themselves from the imperialist enslavers was never more justified than at present. The home governments of the planter capitalists are weakening day by day, and are trembling under the menace of the proletarian revolution. The oppressed colonies and small nations are in constant rebellion, as witness the Irish, Turks, Persians, Indians, Arabs, Egyptians, etc. While the interior of Africa is as yet barely touched by predatory capitalism, the tribes fully realize the danger they would be subjected to should the enslavers penetrate more into the interior. Under the leadership of the more able and developed Negroes in the Coast District, the tremendous power of the Negro race in Africa could be organized. Towards this end we propose that every effort shall be bent to organize the Negroes in the coast districts, and bring all Negro organizations in each of the African countries into a worldwide Negro Federation. The various sections of the Federation to have their own executive committees, etc., and to get in touch with the tribes in the interior, with a view of common action. The Supreme Executive Committee to get in touch with all other peoples on the African continent, the Arabs, Egyptians, etc., as well as the revolutionists of Europe and America, for the purpose of effecting coordination of action. Labor organizations should be formed in the industrial sections in order to protect and improve the conditions of the Negro workers. No opportunity should be lost for propagandizing the native soldiers in the colonial armies, and for organizing secretly a great Pan-African army in the same way as the Sinn Féin built up the Irish army under the very nose of England. Modern arms must be smuggled into Africa. Men sent into See Africa in the guise of missionaries, etc., to establish relations with the Senussi, the various tribes of the interior, and to study the topography of the country. The Senussi already have an army in existence, a fact that is keeping European capitalist statesmen awake o' nights. Every effort and every dollar should be spent to effect the organization of a Pan-American army, whose very existence would drive respect and terror into the hearts of the white capitalist planters, and protect our people against their abuses. Remember, might makes right, always did and always will. America. Whatever interests the capitalist displayed in the Negro was always motivated by considerations of cheap labor power. It was early recognized that the Negro people were the most endurant in the world, and when the New World was discovered the rich exploiters organized expeditions to enslave our people and forcibly carry them into New World lands, there to build empires and create wealth where otherwise none would have been possible. This is the history of most of the Negro populations in foreign lands. The cause of the Civil War. In the United States, as is well known, the Negroes but a few decades ago were exploited according to the most crude and ill members of a belligerent North African Muslim group. Primitive system of exploitation, chattel slavery. This chattel slavery prevailed in the South, while in the North the modern capitalist method of exploitation, wage slavery, prevailed. The two systems could not exist side by side, and therefore the so-called War of Liberation, in which northern capitalists and their retinue, in a smoke of idealist camouflage, went to war against feudal capitalists in the South in order to decide supremacy between the two systems in the Americas. Northern capitalists won, and chattel slavery in the South was abolished with lurid speeches and glamour about liberty, democracy, etc. But the Negroes were not to have even the comparative liberty which the great capitalist czars tolerate under the wage slavery system. They were scrupulously disarmed, while their former owners with their henchmen remained armed. To repress all Negro aspirations for real freedom and suppress all desires to better their condition, secret murder societies like the Ku Klux Klan were organized by the former owner class, who tortured and murdered secretly in cold blood thousands of defenseless Negroes and many whites wherever the humanitarian instincts prompted them to champion the Negroes, cause. And the victorious capitalist liberators of the North not only did not move a finger to enforce justice, but suppressed the facts of this terrible persecution of the Negro and his few white friends. Through years of terror exercised by these white cracker societies, the Negro again became totally subjugated, and peonage is the lot of many today in the southern states, while many are lynched or massacred each year. Lately the new Negro has come upon the scene, and in response to his rebellious spirit and that of the exploited in general, we see the resurrection of the Ku Klux Klan. Negro migration. As a result of continued oppression and maltreatment in the South, many thousands of Negroes have managed to escape to the North, and today every big northern city has a large Negro population. The comparative freedom of the North is propitious for great organizations and cultural activities, and it is here that the vanguard and general staff of the Negro race must be developed. A great Negro Federation. In order to build a strong and effective movement on the platform of liberation for the Negro people and protection of their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, etc., all Negro organizations should get together on a federation basis, thus creating a united centralized movement. Such a movement could be carried on openly in the North, but would have to be built up secretly in the South in order to protect those members living in the South and to safeguard the organization from premature attack. Within this federation a secret protective organization should be developed, the real power, to the membership of which should be admitted only the best and most courageous of the race. The protective organization would have to function under strict military discipline, ready to act at a moment's notice whenever defense and protection are necessary. Labor and economic organizations. Millions of Negroes have come north and are employed as laborers and mechanics, etc., in the various industries and capitalist enterprises of the North. Being unorganized, they are compelled to work at the meanest jobs and under the worst conditions. When depression in industry appears, they are the first to suffer. The white workers, through their labor organizations, have not only compelled the capitalists to give them more money and a shorter workday, but also partial employment during slack times. And when better times arrive, the white workers, through their organization, are ready to take full advantage of the situation. Negro worker wherever organized in labor unions, have improved their living conditions, won shorter hours, more money and steadier employment, as witness the sleeping car conditions, the Negro longshoremen in Philadelphia, etc. And since the strength of a people depends upon the degree of well-living by that people, we must by all means strive to substantially improve the standard of living, etc. All worthwhile Negro organizations and all new Negroes must therefore interest themselves in the organizing of Negro workers into labor unions for the betterment of their economic condition and to act in close cooperation with the class-conscious white workers for the benefit of both. Negro Farmer Organization. The same principle applies to the small Negro farmers and farm laborers. They must get together to resist exploitation as well as to protect themselves against peonage and other injustices. Wherever cooperation with white farmers is possible, it is of course desirable. Cooperative organizations. There has developed among our people the naive belief that permanent employment, better conditions, and our salvation as a race can be accomplished through the medium of Negro factories, steamship lines, and similar enterprises. We wish to warn against putting too great dependence along this line, as sudden financial collapse of such enterprises may break the whole morale of the liberation movement. Until the Negro controls the rich natural resources of some country of his own, he cannot hope to compete in industry with the great financial magnates of the capitalist nations on a scale large enough to supply jobs for any number of Negro workers or substantial dividends for Negro investors. Let those who have invested in such propositions tell you whether they have obtained either jobs or dividends by such investment. The only effective way to secure better conditions and steady employment in America is to organize the Negro's labor power as indicated before into labor organizations. Every big organization develops certain property in the shape of buildings, vacation farms, etc. In prosperous times they may even develop cooperative enterprises such as stores, etc., but such enterprises must be cooperative property of all members of the organization, and administered by members elected for the purpose. Under no circumstances should such property be operated under corporation titles written over to a few individuals to be disposed of at their pleasure. But experience has proven that such enterprises can only exist when the oppressed class is well organized. Without adequate organization, an industrial crisis like the present would sweep them off their feet. But where backed by adequate organization, the cooperative idea can be worked to advantage. Unlike the corporation, which lifts a few men on the shoulders and life savings of the many, the cooperative is of equal benefit to all. Alliances. There can be only one sort of alliance with other peoples, and that is an alliance to fight our enemies, in which case our allies must have the same purpose as we have. Our allies may be actual or potential, just as our enemies may be actual or potential. The small oppressed nations who are struggling against the capitalist exploiters and oppressors must be considered as actual allies. The class-conscious white workers who have spoken out in favor of African liberation and have a willingness to back with action their expressed sentiments, must also be considered as actual allies and their friendship further cultivated. The non-class conscious white workers who have not yet realized that all workers regardless of race or color have a common interest, must be considered as only potential allies at present, and everything possible done to awaken their class consciousness toward the end of obtaining their cooperation in our struggle. The revolutionary element which is undermining the imperialist powers that oppress us must be given every encouragement by Negroes who really seek liberation. This element is led and represented by the Third International, which has its sections in all countries. We should immediately establish contact with the Third International and its millions of followers in all countries of the world. To pledge loyalty to the flags of our murderers and oppressors, to speak about alliances with the servants and representatives of our enemies, to prate about first hearing our proven enemies before endorsing our proven friends is nothing less than cowardice and the blackest treason to the Negro race and our sacred cause of liberation. It is the Negroes resident in America, whether native or foreign-born, who are destined to assume the leadership of our people in a powerful world movement for Negro liberation. The American Negro, by virtue of being a part of the population of a great empire, has acquired certain knowledge in the waging of modern warfare, the operation of industries, etc. This country is the base for easy contact with the whole world, and the United States is destined, until the Negro race is liberated, to become the center of the Negro world movement. It is in this country, especially, that the Negro must be strong. It is from here that most of the leaders and pioneers who will carry the message across the world will go forth. But our strength cannot be organized by vain indulgence in mock heroics, empty phrases, unearned decorations and titles, and other tomfoolery. It can only be done by the use of proper tactics, by determination and sacrifice upon the part of our leaders, and by intelligent preparatory organization and education. To be kidded along with the idea that because a few hundreds of us assemble once in a while in a convention that therefore we are free to legislate for ourselves. To fall for the bunk that before having made any serious effort to free our country, before having crossed swords on the field of battle with the oppressors, we can have a government of our own, with presidents, potentates, royalties and other queer mixtures. To speak about wasting our energies and money in propositions like bureaus of passports and identification, diplomatic representatives, etc., is to indulge in pure moonshine and supply free amusement for our enemies. Surely, intelligent, grown-up individuals will not stand for such childish nonsense if at all they are serious about fighting for Negro liberation. We must come down to earth, to actual practical facts and realities, and build our strength upon solid foundations, and not upon titled and decorated tomfoolery. The Communist Review, London, 2, 1922, 448-54. Civilizing America. The Worker, published in New York, was the organ of the Workers' Party of America. According to its masthead, the paper was formerly the Toiler and was published weekly by the Toiler Publishing Association. The Dyer Anti-Lynching Bill was passed in the House and defeated in the Senate. The passage of the Dyer Anti-Lynching Bill by the lower house of Congress, with only 119 chivalrous Southerners voting no, gives hope that in another decade we may be able to look the Abyssinians and the herd hunters of Borneo in the face. The liberal magazines are jubilant over the remarkable victory for tolerance. We are glad for their sakes. They have had little to rejoice over since 1916, when they followed the standard of liberalism held high, out of reach, some say, by the late Woodrow Wilson. Seriously, however, we can think of no greater indictment of the American government and the American people than that a magazine like The Nation should feel it necessary to comment as follows on the action of the House of Representatives. The passage of the Dyer Anti-Lynching Bill in the House of Representatives by the large majority of 230 to 119 is an achievement. Every American should derive distinct satisfaction from this, the most important legal step ever taken toward ending our peculiarly national disgrace. For this accomplishment the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, which for years has labored to arouse the American conscience about lynchings and to crystallize public sentiment into effective legislation, deserves full credit. But the fight is not yet won. The bill still has to pass the Senate. Those who feel the sting when Europeans ask, "Do you really mean that crowds gather to see men burned alive in America?" should give the National Association unstinted support until the bill not only passes the Senate and becomes law, but is enforced. This is the year of our Lord, 1922. The last witch was burned several years ago, even in backward nations. In the United States, organs of liberal opinion give voice to a feeling of encouragement because one of our legislative bodies has expressed the opinion that it is not quite the thing in this day and age to beat, torture, burn and mutilate members of the colored race at the whim of degenerates who find supreme enjoyment in witnessing these spectacles of sadistic debauchery. We are glad the Dyer bill passed the House, but our glee is tempered by the thought of those 119 inches nose. Editorial, The Worker, February 18, 1922. The Negro Question at the IVTH World Congress. The Fourth Congress of the Communist International was held in Moscow, November 7 to December 3, 1922. 2 American Negroes participated, Otto E. Hoosewood, under the name of Billings, as a member of the official U.S. delegation, and Claude McKay as a special fraternal delegate. This was the first time American Negroes had attended a sea Congress. Also for the first time, a Negro Commission was established in the sea to deal with the position of blacks in the United States and other countries and dependencies. Hoosewood was elected as its chairman. And again for the first time in a sea Congress, a special session was devoted to the Negro question. Hoosewood, a native of Dutch Guyana, became a union printer in New York City, and was the national organizer of the African Blood Brotherhood. He was among the earliest of his associates to join the Communists and was to become a prominent communist leader, the first black elected to the Central Committee and the first black district organizer, Buffalo, and later a candidate member of the Executive Committee of the C. According to Harry Haywood, Hoosewood was the first American black to meet Lenin. Black Bolshevik. Autobiography of an Afro-American Communist, Chicago, 1978, page 137. In the speech, his characterization of 3 principal Negro organizations is of interest: the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People is a mass organization under bourgeois leadership, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Garvey, as ultranationalist, yet composed of rebel rank and file elements, race-conscious, and an influence against imperialism, and the African Blood Brotherhood standing on a program for the abolition of capitalism. His emphasis upon the importance of the South is notable. Billings, America. In the Negro question we have before us another phase of the race and colonial question to which no attention has been paid heretofore. Although the Negro problem as such is fundamentally an economic problem, it is aggravated and intensified by the friction which exists between the white and black races. It is a matter of common knowledge that prejudice does play an important part. Whilst it is true that, for instance, in the United States of America the main basis of racial antagonism lies in the fact that there is competition of labor in America between black and white. Nevertheless, the Negro bears a badge of slavery on him which has its origin way back in the time of his slavery. There are about 150 million Negroes throughout the world. Approximately 25 million of them reside in the New World, and the rest reside in Africa. The Negroes in America and the West Indies are a source of cheap labor supply for the American capitalist, and we find the capitalist class has always used and will always continue to use them as an instrument in order to suppress the white working class in its everyday struggle. They will be the source from which the white guard elements will be recruited in the event of a revolutionary uprising anywhere and everywhere. The capitalist class as a class has recognized the valuable aid that the Negro masses will be to them. Therefore, for years they have made it their business to cultivate a bourgeois ideology in the mind of the Negro populace. This, of course, was done in their own interests and not in those of the Negroes. They have carefully planned out and planted organizations amongst the Negroes to carry agitation in favor of the bourgeoisie as against the white workers. They have what is known as the Rockefeller Foundation and the Urban League. The first organization supplies grants of money to Negro schools, the second is a notorious strike-breaking institution. Facing this condition, it was inevitable that the Negro population would have some sort of reaction against the oppression and the suppression to which they were subjected throughout the world. Their first reaction was, of course, in the forming of religious institutions, the only forms permitted at certain times for their own enjoyment, but later we find that there has been a continuous development of organizations on the part of the Negroes, which, although purely Negro, are to a certain extent directly or indirectly opposed to capitalism. The three most important Negro organizations operating today are, firstly, what is known as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, an organization which is composed of a large proletarian element led by bourgeois intellectuals. It bases its action upon the principle of seeking redress from the capitalist class by means of petitions and what practically amounts to begging that something may be done for them. Then we come to the other more interesting form of organization which is known as the Garvey Association, an organization that is ultranationalist, yet composed of a rebel rank and file element. It is an organization which, in spite of the fact that it has drafted on its program various cheap stock schemes, is influencing the minds of the Negroes against imperialism. This organization came into existence after the World War. Of course it did not take any definite radical form, it was saved in time by its own leader, but, notwithstanding this, the race consciousness has been planted and used to a very large extent far into the interior of Africa, where hardly anyone could expect that an organization could be planted which had its origin in America. The third organization is the African Blood Brotherhood, a radical Negro organization which bases its program upon the abolition of capitalism. It was the one organization which, during the time of a race riot in Tulsa, Oklahoma, put up a splendid and courageous fight, and the one to which the capitalist class in America is going to turn its attention next. We have also in Africa certain small organizations which get their direct inspiration from America, the headquarters and center of political thought among Negroes. These organizations are stretching out and developing as far as the Sudan. These can be utilized by communists if the means of propaganda are carefully, deliberately and intensively used to link up these movements. We see in them a sort of organization which will react against imperialism throughout the world. There are in the United States about 450 Negro newspapers and magazines, and, while they are mostly strictly racial, they have a great influence upon the Negro masses everywhere. There is, for instance, the Chicago Defender, which issues 250,000 copies weekly which are spread out all over the world, wherever there are large groups of Negroes. Then there is the Crisis, a monthly magazine which has a circulation of over 600,000. These papers, and especially the Chicago Defender, and others with a smaller circulation, have constantly used radical propaganda material that we sent out. The Negroes feel the impending crisis which will break out in the South between black and white. It was in the South that the seed was sown, and the results are bound to come in some way. It will probably take the form of race rioting on a very large scale. In the United States, of the approximate number of Negroes, 12 millions, 2 millions live in the northern industrialized part of the country, and the other 9 or 10 millions in the South, and I suppose that all of you have a picture in your mind of what the South is like. When you enter there, it is like Dante's Inferno. 80% of the Negroes live on the land. They are discriminated against and disfranchised, and it is there that the class struggle is waged in its most brutal form. The relation between blacks and whites is one of constant conflict and of fighting to the death. The lynching of a Negro is something to be enjoyed in the South as a picture show is enjoyed elsewhere. The white population in the South is so saturated with this idea of white domination over the Negro that this question must engage our attention. At the present time, when there are big strikes in the North United States, the capitalist class and its hirelings hurry to the South in order to draw the Southern Negroes into the northern districts as strikebreakers. They promise them higher wages and better conditions, and so induce them to enter those areas in which strikes are in progress. That is a constant danger to the white workers when on strike. Of course, the entire blame for this must not be placed upon the Negroes. The labor unions in America, and I am speaking of the bona fide trade unions, have for the last few years insisted that, although a Negro is a skilled worker, he cannot by virtue of the fact that he is a Negro enter the trade union. It is only recently that the American Federation of Labor has made a weak attempt to try to get Negroes into the regular trade unions. But, even today, such an organization as the Machinists' Union still has, if I am not mistaken, the assertion in its program that the qualification of membership is that every white brother shall introduce for membership other white men, or something to that effect. This means that the Negroes are permanently excluded from the unions simply on account of the fact that they are black, and the capitalist class and the reactionary Negro press use this to the fullest extent in order to prejudice the minds of these black workers against the labor unions. When you speak to a Negro about his joining a trade union, or about the necessity of his becoming radical, the first thing he throws at you is the assertion, "Don't preach to me. Preach to the whites. They need it and I do not." I am always ready to fight alongside of them so long as they agree to take me into the trade unions, but as long as they do not I will scab, and, by God, I have a right to scab. I want to protect my own life. That is one of their arguments, and it cannot be ignored. While theoretically we may use all the beautiful phrases that we know, nevertheless these are hard concrete facts in the everyday struggle. The Negro Commission therefore prepared certain definite proposals to which I hope you will agree. Fourth Congress of the Communist International. Abridged. Report of meetings held at Petrograd and Moscow, November 7 to December 3, 1922. Communist Party of Great Britain, London, pp. 257 to 260. From Platform of the Workers' Party. Congressional election of 1922. The workers must demand 8. Abolition of secret anti-labor organizations. The capitalists maintain such organizations as the Ku Klux Klan, and other extra-legal though open bodies, such as the Vigilantes. Security League, Sentinels of the Republic, to destroy militant and radical labor organizations. These organizations terrorize and use violence against labor bodies for the purpose of breaking them up. 9. Protection of the lives and civil rights of the Negroes. Lynching has become an established American institution. The American Negro is disfranchised in many states. This situation is a crying disgrace to the working class. The Worker, October 28, 1922. From Program, Second Convention of Workers' Party of America, December 1922. The Negro workers of this country are exploited and oppressed more ruthlessly than any auth group. The history of the Southern Negro is the history of brutal terrorism, of persecution and murder. During the war, tens of thousands of Southern Negroes were brought to the industrial centers of the North to supply the needs of the employers for cheap labor. In the northern industrial cities, the Negro has found the same bitter discrimination as in the South. The attacks upon the Negroes of East Street, Louis, Illinois, the riot in Chicago, are examples of this additional burden of oppression which is the lot of the Negro worker. Although the influx of Negro workers in the northern industrial centers has laid the foundation for a mass movement of Negroes who are industrial workers, the anti-Negro policy of organized labor has made it impossible to organize these industrial workers. The Negro has despaired of aid from organized labor and has been driven either into the camp of the enemies of labor or has been compelled to develop purely racial aims. The Workers' Party will help them in their fight for economic, political and educational equality. It will seek to end the policy of discrimination followed by the labor unions. It will endeavor to destroy altogether the barriers of race prejudice that have been used to keep apart the black and white workers and to weld them into a solid mass for the struggle against the capitalists who exploit them. The Worker, December 2, 1922. Theses on the Negro Question of Fourth World Congress. The text of the theses was given in full in the report of the Congress by Rose Pastor Stokes in the Worker, see below. Its central import was to place the Negro question in the United States in the framework of the world liberation movement against imperialism, and the American Negro in the vanguard of the African struggle. The proposal to hold a general Negro World Conference was not realized as such. Instead, there took place in Brussels in 1927 the World Assembly of Colonial and Dependent Peoples, which founded the Anti-Imperialist League, see later. 1. During and after the war there developed among the colonial and semi-colonial peoples a movement of revolt, which is still making successful progress against the power of world capital. The penetration and intensive colonization of regions inhabited by black races is becoming the last great problem on the solution of which the further development of capitalism itself depends. French capitalism clearly recognizes that the power of French post-war imperialism will be able to maintain itself only through the creation of a French African empire, linked up by a Trans-Sahara Railway. America's financial magnates, who are exploiting 12 million Negroes at home, are now entering on a peaceful penetration of Africa. How Britain for her part dreads the menace to her position in Africa is shown by the extreme measures taken to crush the Rand strike. Just as in the Pacific the danger of another world war has become acute owing to the competition of the imperialist powers there, so Africa looms ominously as the object of their rival ambitions. Moreover, the war, the Russian Revolution and the great movements of revolt against imperialism on the part of the Asiatic and Mussulman nationalities have roused the consciousness of millions of the Negro race whom capitalism has oppressed and degraded beyond all others for hundreds of years, not only in Africa but, perhaps even more, in America. 2. The history of the Negro in America fits him for an important role in the liberation struggle of the entire African race. 300 years ago the American Negro was torn from his native African soil, brought in slave ships under the most cruel and indescribable conditions, and sold into slavery. For 250 years he toiled a chattel slave under the lash of the American overseer. His labor cleared the forest, built the roads, raised the cotton, laid the railroad tracks and supported the Southern aristocracy. His reward was poverty, illiteracy, degradation and misery. The Negro was no docile slave. He rebelled. His history is rich in rebellion, insurrection, underground methods of securing liberty, but his struggles were barbarously crushed. He was tortured into submission and the bourgeois press and religion justified his slavery. When chattel slavery became an obstacle to the full and free development of America on the basis of capitalism, when chattel slavery clashed with wage slavery, chattel slavery had to go. The Civil War, which was not a war to free the Negro, but a war to maintain the industrial supremacy of the North, left the Negro the choice of peonage in the South or wage slavery in the North. The sinews, blood and tears of the freed Negroes helped build American capitalism, and when, having become a world power, America was inevitably dragged into the war, the American Negro was declared the equal of the white man to kill and be killed for democracy. 400,000 colored workers were drafted into the American Army and segregated into Jim Crow regiments. Fresh from the terrible sacrifices of war, the returned Negro soldier was met with race persecutions, lynchings, murders, disfranchisement, discrimination and segregation. He fought back, but for asserting his manhood he paid dearly. Persecution of the Negro became more widespread and intense than before the war, until he had learned to keep his place. The post-war industrialization of the Negro in the North and the spirit of revolt engendered by post-war persecutions and brutalities, a spirit of revolt which flames into action when a Tulsa or other inhuman outrage cries aloud for protest, places the American Negro, especially of the North, in the vanguard of the African struggle against oppression. 3. It is with intense pride that the communist International sees the exploited Negro workers resist the attacks of the exploiters, for the enemy of his race and the enemy of the white workers is one and the same, capitalism and imperialism. The international struggle of the Negro race is a struggle against capitalism and imperialism. It is on the basis of this struggle that the World Negro Movement must be organized. In America, as the center of Negro culture and the crystallization of Negro protest, in Africa, the reservoir of human labor for the further development of capitalism. In Central America, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Colombia, Nicaragua, and other independent republics, where American imperialism dominates. In Puerto Rico, Haiti, Santo Domingo and other islands washed by the waters of the Caribbean, where the brutal treatment of our black fellow men by the American occupation has aroused the protests of the conscious Negro and revolutionary white workers everywhere, in South Africa and the Congo, where the growing industrialization of the Negro population has resulted in various forms of uprisings, in East Africa, where the recent penetration of world capital is stirring the native populations into an active opposition to imperialism. In all these centers the Negro movement must be organized. 4. It is the task of the Communist International to point out to the Negro people that they are not the only people suffering from the oppression of capitalism and imperialism, that the workers and peasants of Europe and Asia and of the Americas are also the victims of imperialism, that the struggle against imperialism is not the struggle of any one people, but of all the peoples of the world, that in China and India, in Persia and Turkey, in Egypt and Morocco the oppressed colored colonial peoples are rising against the same evils that the Negroes are rising against, racial suppression and discrimination, and intensified industrial exploitation, that these peoples are striving for the same ends that the Negroes are striving for, political, industrial and social liberation and equality. The Communist International, which represents the revolutionary workers and peasants of the whole world in the struggle to break the power of imperialism, the Communist International, which is not simply the organization of the enslaved white workers of Europe and America, but equally the organization of the oppressed colored peoples of the world, feels its duty to encourage and support the international organizations of the Negro people in their struggle against the common enemy. 5. The Negro problem has become a vital question of the world revolution, and the Third International, which has already recognized what valuable aid can be rendered to the proletarian revolution by colored Asiatic peoples in semi-capitalist countries, likewise regards the cooperation of our black fellow men as essential to the proletarian revolution and the destruction of capitalist power. The Fourth Congress accordingly declares it to be a special duty of communists to apply the Theses on the Colonial Question to the Negro problem. 6. 1. The Fourth Congress recognizes the necessity of supporting every form of Negro movement which tends to undermine or weaken capitalism or imperialism or to impede its further penetration. 2. The Communist International will fight for race equality of the Negro with the white people as well as for equal wages and political and social rights. 3. The Communist International will use every instrument within its control to compel the trade unions to admit Negro workers to membership or, where the nominal right to join exists, to agitate for a special campaign to draw them into the unions. Failing in this, it will organize the Negroes into unions of their own and especially apply the United Front tactic to compel admission to the unions of the white man. 4. The Communist International will take immediate LJ steps to hold a General Negro Conference or Congress in Moscow. The Worker, March 10, 1923. The Communist International and the Negro. By Rose Pastor Stokes. Rose Pastor, a worker in a cigar factory, in 1905 married J.G. Phelps Stokes, a millionaire philanthropist and social worker. Both became socialists but they resigned from the party when its emergency street Louis Convention passed an anti-war resolution a day after the United States entered the World War. Rose Pastor Stokes soon left her husband and became an active opponent of the war, for which she was tried and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The sentence was reversed on appeal. She became a communist speaker and writer. Karl Radek, who had participated in the socialist movements of Poland and Germany and joined the Bolsheviks in 1917, was a member of the Soviet delegation to the Congress. One of the most significant decisions in the Fourth Congress of the Communist International was the establishment of a Negro Commission and the adoption of the Commission's theses on the Negro question, which concludes with the declaration that the Fourth Congress recognizes the necessity of supporting every form of Negro movement which tends to undermine or weaken capitalism and imperialism or to impede its further penetration, pledges the Communist International to fight for the equality of the Negro with the white people as well as for equal wages and political and social rights, to exert every effort to admit Negroes into trade unions, and to take immediate steps to hold a general Negro conference or Congress in Moscow. 2 American Negroes were guests of the Congress. 1. A poet, the other a speaker and organizer, both young and energetic, devoted to the cause of Negro liberation and responsive to the ideals of the revolutionary proletariat. They charmed the delegates with their fine personalities. Both addressed the Congress in one prolonged applause, while Comrade Roddick threw his arms about one of them, as he came from the platform, delighted to find such a clear and able comrade representing the oppressed Negro workers. Among the countries represented on the Negro Commission were America, too, with an additional member later, Belgium, France, England, Java, British South Africa, Japan, Holland, Russia, 1 each. The 2 Negro comrades were in the Commission. 1. Mackay, as guest of the Commission invited to address its members and attend its sittings, the other, Hoosewood, as member who was elected in the first meeting permanent chairman of the Commission. The original draft of the theses, presented by the chairman to the Congress, was returned upon a motion by Comrade Roddick, for clarification and amplification, his criticism being that the document was too Marxian in its phraseology. This pleased the American members of the Commission and the member from British South Africa, who were no sticklers for the Marxian phrase, and who wanted particularly to make it a simple statement that any man reading a newspaper could read and understand. A small subcommittee elected by the Negro Commission produced the theses in its final form, the full text of which, purported to be taken from the minutes, follows. 4. Text. See previous item. The reporter who presented the theses to the Congress session continued as follows: Smiley face comrades, I want to add a word on the Negro question. On the clause dealing with the Negro and the trade unions. In the American Federation of Labor, Negroes are nominally admitted to membership in most unions, but there is absolutely no effort made save in extremely few cases to draw the Negro into the unions. In the United States we can bring pressure to bear upon the American Federation of Labor to admit the Negro workers. There we must enter into a definite campaign to accomplish the thing. Campaigns should be carried on in every country concerned, clearly, definitely, painfully, and if we fail, it will be our duty to organize the Negroes into separate unions. Bring together the white and colored workers who are willing to form a united front and carry on anew a campaign to compel inclusion. In the industrial field, where the black and white workers toil side by side and suffer together through the industrial oppression of capitalism, chiefly we see a hope to create a unity, that understanding, that binding tie, that will bring them through common organization into the struggle. The Congress is taking a wonderful first step in moving to hold a general Negro conference or Congress in Moscow. But our chief work, as sections, lies in getting the industrialized Negroes into the unions where they can fight together with the white workers for their equal emancipation. We must not allow this thesis to become a dead letter, but we must carry it into life, and make the Negro worker a vital part of the Communist International. The resolution was unanimously adopted. Credit is due America for introducing the question of a Negro Commission. I understand there was no opposition to the motion in the Presidium where it was offered, and the creation of the Commission was voted unanimously and immediately named. The Negro question is not one that was suddenly precipitated at the Fourth Congress. Jack Reed had reported on the American Negro at the Second Congress. Last year a comprehensive report had been received by the CI Executive. The question was being considered. Nor is the idea of calling a general Negro Conference or Congress in Moscow sometime in the near future an inspiration of the Commission. In Asia, in Turkey, in Egypt it is the Communist International that inspires the revolutionary struggle of the oppressed colored peoples, and it is the logic of the struggle that fast dictated the tactic. Beside presenting the above theses to the Congress for action, the Negro Commission made a report also for the Presidium, more private in its nature, which called for action by the CI Executive. This report was detailed and said to contain the following. 1. Recommendations for the creation of a Negro Bureau in Moscow. 2. Certain recommendations with respect to specific Negro organization. 3. A draft of instructions, as coming from the CI to the sections concerned, detailing the specific tasks of the sections in their relations to the Negro. Question. One indication of the significance the CI attaches to the Negro question lies in the fact that immediately upon the receipt of these recommendations, a member of the Presidium was selected to head the proposed Negro Bureau. The CI desires action in the matter. It is taking action. One of the living tasks of the American comrades is to carry on in behalf not alone of the foreign-born workers who are oppressed and discriminated against, but also on behalf of that American worker whose black skin is a greater bar to trade union membership in the General Fellowship of American Labor than the lack of an American birth certificate. White whisperers warn against the rising tide of the darker races that will overwhelm and dominate the white race. Communists have no ear for such Ku Klux. Communists have nothing to fear from the liberation of oppressed peoples. Communists know no race or color differences, as they know no national boundary lines. Common oppression ultimately places all workers in one camp for the struggle against the oppressors. And the proletarian revolution will make them one in communism, as we are all biologically one. Long live the revolutionary workers and peasants of every color and every race. Long live their power in union. The Worker, March 10, 1923. From Cotton Fields to Steel Mills. By Circa S. Ware. The Labor Herald, from which this article is reprinted, began publication in 1922 as the official organ of the Trade Union Educational League. The League was founded in Chicago in 1920 by William Z. Foster and other former syndicalist and militant labor leaders. Its central demands were amalgamation of trade unions into industrial unions, formation of a Labor Party, and recognition of Soviet Russia. It opposed dual unionism, advocating work within the established unions. The tool had considerable influence in the Chicago Federation of Labor, a number of state AFL bodies, and in several important unions, as well as among rank-and-file workers generally. It was the center of opposition to the AFL bureaucracy led by Samuel Gompers. The tool declined from its high point in 1923, its influence in the AFL being curtailed by the expulsion policy in that organization against the left and radicals, and it languished during the Coolidge, Prosperity years. The following article takes a straightforward stand against exclusion of blacks from the trade unions, and urges unity of all labor, black and white, native and foreign-born, but it still falls short of recognizing the specific problems and special demands of black labor. During the recent war, the Negro population of the Southern states was discovered as a source of cheap industrial labor. This sudden discovery was, of course, due to the cutting off of immigration. The immigration problems of the after-war period, described in the Labor Herald for March, tended to continue the capitalist interest in the Negro. Through the villages and small towns of the South went the labor agents of the munition plants, railroads, and steel mills. Hundreds of thousands of Negroes were recruited, given free rides to the northern industrial centers, and dumped into the shacks and bunk houses of the mill towns and railroad camps. The period of industrial depression following the war, prosperity, discouraged many of the Negro workers. They were fired wholesale, and some drifted back to the cotton fields. The present migration of Negroes. Today, the cry of labor shortage, high wages, come north, is again being sounded through the southern states. Negro laborers and share tenants unable to make a living in the Cotton Belt are answering the call. According to the New York Evening Post of February 3, a dispatch from Memphis, 10, states, the industrial sections, have been offering all kinds of inducements, and the use of propaganda has been effective in causing thousands to leave the South and go to the North and East. Babson, in a recent letter of advice to employers, discussing the wage situation, points out that the United States Steel Corporation is paying 36 cents an hour for common labor, and that in the Pittsburgh section the rate is even higher. Furthermore, he expects to see wages for this type of labor go as high as 45 cents before the increase is halted. To meet this situation, Babson proposes, we strongly advise Northern employers to avail themselves of the Southern labor market to help them out on common labor. With wages easy at $1.25 a day for such labor in the South, it will be easy to attract these people to the North. Do not try to move the man who wants to pack up, bag and baggage, and come. Enderth. Most of these become discontented and want to go back. Try for the prudent, colored man, who either is unmarried or is willing to come on ahead of his family and try it out. Such a man, if he likes the North, can get together money to enable him to send for his family. And the experience is that such men remain. The Negro is an industrial worker. The Negro worker comes north, and what does he find? City life, with its cars, stores, movies, and crowds, is also different from the life in the scattered villages of the South. This serves to blind him to the real facts of his life. Soon, however, he finds that his rent, food and clothing are costing more than he is making. He learns that he is receiving lower wages, and working longer hours, often in more hazardous tasks than his fellow white worker. He learns that he is the last to be hired and the first to be fired. He learns to distrust the white workers, who will not take him into their unions, yet who call him scab because, as an unorganized worker, he must take whatever job is offered to him. For years, various unions, while uttering official platitudes about no discrimination on the basis of nationality, color, creed, or politics, really followed the policy of Negro exclusion. Other unions, however, organize all workers in the industry, white and colored. Notable examples are the United Mine Workers and the HOD. Carriers unions. In the interest of working-class solidarity, all militants should join in a campaign to open all unions to the Negro workers. Capitalists win by dividing workers. The race friction and antagonism between the Negro workers and their white brothers is being nourished and developed by the employers. For this purpose they use the press, the church, and the school. To the white workers the Negroes are pictured as strike breakers, attackers of women and children, a menace to unionism, to wages, and to working conditions. To the Negro the white workers are pointed out as unjustly privileged, and as the source of the consequent discrimination against themselves. Race riots, lynchings, and organized armies of Negro strikebreakers are but the weapons of the capitalists in their campaign of dividing workers, and forcing upon them a fratricidal struggle. There are no such divisions within the ranks of the employing class. Their solidarity is national, it is international. Only recently the French capitalist class has been negotiating with the American Doherty Detective Agency for 5,000 Negro miners to break the strike of the German workers in the Ruhr. All workers, regardless of race, creed, or place of birth, and regardless of color, political belief, or language, are robbed and oppressed by the employers of labor. All workers, Negro and white, foreign-born and native skilled and unskilled, must organize industrially and politically, and thus present one front against the one enemy. Labor Herald, April 1923. Proposed Plan of Unity for the Negroes. By Jeanette Pearl. The Conference of Six Negro Rights Organizations in New York, March 23 to 24, 1923 was the first effort in the post-war years to form a united black front, though the Universal Negro Improvement Association was excluded. The two principal middle-class organizations, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the National Equal Rights League, based largely in New England, were represented by their leaders. James Weldon Johnson, poet and author, was executive secretary of the NAACP through the 1920s. William Monroe Trotter, editor of the Boston Guardian, was a co-founder with Dr. Du Bois and others of the Niagara Movement in 1905, was a militant Negro rights leader, and had been one of the staunchest opponents of Booker T. Washington's accommodationist policies. Such a united front had been urged in the program of the African Blood Brotherhood, and it was represented by its outstanding leaders. Although Cyril Briggs does not appear as a signatory to the call, he made an opening address and played a prominent part in the conference. Among the signers for the AB was W.A. Domingo, a native of Jamaica who became a leader of the West Indian community in New York. He was a militant black socialist and editor of The Emancipator. Richard B. Moore, like Domingo, was a former socialist and collaborator of the Messenger. He joined Briggs in founding the Crusader and then the AB. The National Race Congress, still more an aspiration than a reality, was the personal creation of Kelly Miller, professor and dean at Howard University, who became the prime mover of the Congress movement. Friends of Negro Freedom was sponsored by The Messenger, with which George S. Schuyler was associated, he was later to become a crusading anti-communist. The call for a national all-race assembly, the text of which is given below, did result in the holding of such an assembly the following year. Jeanette Pearl had been a member of the socialist left wing and became a communist. 6 Negro organizations responded to the call for a united front of Negroes jointly by the National Equal Rights League and Kelly Miller, Dean of Howard University. They were represented by 16 delegates who attended the preliminary conference held in New York City. The call adopted was as follows. The world today has come to a critical period of its existence. Our race likewise has reached a critical situation. The promises of amelioration and of full citizenship so easily made during the critical period of the Great World War have failed of fulfillment. In this time of readjustment there is growing a very menacing spirit of animosity against the race and a determination to thrust the Negro down into the most servile and degrading status and to maintain him there forever. Now, while world readjustment is in progress and when every other oppressed group is exerting itself to the utmost to gain its rights and liberties, the Negro race must bestir itself, must concentrate its best thought and energy to withstand the terrific onslaught made against it and secure its due and rightful status, equal manhood rights and opportunities in every department of life. The race must be stimulated to utilize all available opportunities for constructive endeavor and must be brought into harmonious working relationship with the white race. The need is urgent, nay, imperative, therefore, the assembling of a national all-race conference to consider the present position of the race, to ferret out and unmask the hostile forces arrayed against it, to formulate a plan of defense and protection, to discover the forces, agencies and organizations which may be utilized in that defense, to effect a united front of the race, and to devise ways and means for a full and complete emancipation. The attention of the conference must be focused upon the following: race prejudice, legal discrimination, economic exploitation, racial self-respect, religious awakening, moral and social betterment, cooperation within the race and between the races, political action, industrial betterment, such evils as lynching, Ku Kluxism, segregation, disfranchisement, unequal enforcement of law and peonage. A detailed call specifying time and place will be issued later by the Committee of Arrangements. Every Negro organization should begin to move in this direction, and the attention and energy of the race should be centered upon the successful conduct of this conference to the end that our race should at last achieve that improvement of its status for which we all hope and strive. African Blood Brotherhood, Richard B. Moore, W.A. Domingo, Otto E. Hoosewood. Friends of Negro Freedom, Geo. S. Schuyler. National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, James Weldon Johnson, Richard W. Bagnall, Rasheda G. Randolph. National Equal Rights League, James L. Neal, Drive. Matthews A. N. Shaw, W. M. Monroe Trotter. National Race Congress, Kelly Miller. International Uplift League, D.N.E. Campbell. The preliminary conference was opened with addresses by Cyril Briggs, Professor, Kelly Miller, Richard B. Moore, Jas. Weldon, Johnson, and Dr. Matthews A. N. Shaw presided, and Cyril Briggs acted as secretary. They spoke on the status and difficulties of the Negro in the United States and other countries. The time is past due for Negroes to silently and meekly accept discrimination fostered by racial prejudices. On the pretext of color, the Negro has been relegated to a position of inferiority in modern society, and in order to keep him in that position of inferiority, abuses have been multiplied against him, so that the Negro is not only more readily exploited, but also more easily used in the struggle of labor against the white worker. The Negro is now called upon by the leaders of his own race to cease being a submerged element in existing society, to no longer meekly accept poverty, discriminations and bitter outrages. The Worker, April 14, 1923. The Negro Problem is Important. By Otto E. Hoosewood. This article urges the Workers' Party to devote special attention and careful study to the Negro problem. It illustrates the important role played by Black communists in educating white communists on this question. Note the support given here to armed self-defense and recognition of rising race consciousness. It is the duty of revolutionists, he urges, to turn this race consciousness into class consciousness. Comrades, go to the Negro masses. The Negro problem is one of the most important problems facing the Workers' Party. Fundamentally an economic problem but intensified by racial antagonism, it demands our special attention and careful study. The Negro population constitutes 1/10 of the population of the country and is a most important factor for the success or failure of any working class movement. It is overwhelmingly a proletarian mass. It is the most ruthlessly exploited of any working class group. 80% of the Negroes live in the South. Here is where the class struggle rages in the most brutal form. Oppressed and exploited beyond description in order to pile up high profits for the land-owning class, the Negro can barely eke out a miserable existence. Peonage is rampant. He is disfranchised and segregated. Lynching and burning at the stake has become a famous American pastime. That gigantic butchery, the World War, shook the very foundation of capitalist society and destroyed its equilibrium. It has also shattered the apathy of the Negro workers. They are now sharply conscious of their wrongs as Negroes. One may reflect upon the part played by the Negro in the Washington and Chicago race riots. They did not let themselves be shot down as dogs. Instead, they put up an effective and organized resistance. There is also developing a revolutionary element among Negroes. This element recognizes clearly the source of their exploitation and the reasons for their repression. Disappointed and disillusioned by the constant failures of the political reformers to secure any redress of their wrongs, many Negroes are turning to radical movements and are acting as a leaven for the masses. They are at present race conscious. It is the duty of the revolutionists to turn this race consciousness into class consciousness. But it requires persistency and tact. It is the duty of the Workers' Party to attract this section of the American working class. And the party must in all seriousness undertake to win the support of the Negro workers. Just as they are used by the ruling class zero today as strikebreakers, so will they be used in the future to crush any revolutionary attempt on the part of the white workers. And the capitalist class is preparing for this event. They are building a new armory in the Negro district. What for? Well, you may guess. Comrades, it is your duty to aid these masses in their struggles against peonage and against economic exploitation. It is your duty to rally the Negro workers under the revolutionary banner of the working class movement. Comrades, go to the Negro masses. The Worker, April 28, 1923. Toward realization of a united Negro front. Concordat signed by 6 leading civil rights organizations. The following agreement was signed by the leaders of the same 6 organizations which issued the call for a national all-race assembly, see above. The following text was printed on the letterhead of the African Blood Brotherhood and was dated June 18, 1923. In the editor's possession. We, the undersigned representatives of the following organizations. The African Blood Brotherhood, the Friends of Negro Freedom, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the National Equal Rights League, the National Race Congress, the International Uplift League assembled in conference in New York City, March 23–24, 1923. Knowing the strength of the forces opposed to justice and fair play for Americans of African descent, we realize that those forces must be met by the closest cooperation and the most harmonious relationship possible among all the agencies working for the civil and citizenship rights of Negro Americans. In order to secure the most effective action and the greatest results, we must guard against the slightest loss of energy from frictions and antagonisms. While each organization should reserve to itself its full autonomy and the use of its own best judgment as to the manner of carrying forward its aims and work, we should not allow any differences, either of opinions or methods, to blind us to the fact that we are all striving for one great common goal. We deplore as harmful and injurious to the best common interests any attitude which implies that loyalty to any one of these organizations necessitates antagonism toward any of the others, or that membership in one in any way precludes membership and active interest in the others. It is therefore the sense of this conference that we, the representatives of the above-named organizations, take active steps to bring about a close relationship, both in action and in feeling, and that, in the undertakings of these various organizations the cordial support of all shall be given, and that upon great fundamental principles for which we all stand there shall be the greatest possible correlation and concentration of all our forces, that we may present to the common enemy a united front and inspire in the whole race united action. For the conference. Signed, W.A. Domingo, the African Blood Brotherhood, George S. Schuyler, the Friends of Negro Freedom, James Weldon Johnson, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, W.M. Monroe Trotter, the National Equal Rights League, Kelly Miller, the National Race Congress, D.N.E. Campbell, the International Uplift League. Appeal of African Blood Brotherhood. The following mimeographed communication was sent by the AB to trade unions, appealing for financial aid for the campaign to prevent the use of BL-CK workers against organized labor. It has been estimated that the migration of Negroes from the South, mostly from Black Belt agrarian areas, into the North in 1917 to 19 and 1922-23 together reached at least 1 million. The appeal was printed on the letterhead of the African Blood Brotherhood, bearing the subhead, A. Fraternity of Negro Peoples, with headquarters at 229 7th Avenue, New York. The symbol, printed at top center, was the rock, inscribed. The ABB, the Negro Rock of Gibraltar, circled by the slogan, "Unshaken stands the guardian rock against the beating." C. Printed marginally as part of the letterhead, the following information is provided. Initiation fee $1. Monthly dues 25 cents, fraternal. Economic, educational, physical, social benefits, protection. Activities. Calisthenics, Secola, consumers cooperatives. Forums. Press service. Summary of aims and program. Liberated race. Full race. Equality. The fostering of racial self-respect. Organized in compromising opposition to anti-Negro organizations. A united Negro front. Industrial development along cooperative lines. Higher wages for Negro labor, shorter hours and better living conditions. Education. Cooperation with the other darker peoples, with those white workers who are truly class conscious and are honestly working for a united front of all labor. International officers, Supreme Executive Council, are given as follows. Cyril V. Briggs, Executive Head, Theo. Burrell, Secretary, Otto E. Hoosewood, National Organizer. Richard B. Moore, Educational Director, Ben E. Burrell, Director of Historical Research, Grace P. Campbell, Director of Consumers Cooperatives, W.A. Domingo, Director of Publicity and Propaganda, William H. Jones, Physical Director, Committee of Finance, Grace P. Campbell, Ben E. Burrell, Cyril V. Briggs. At bottom of stationery in bold type. Across all frontiers the Negro race is one, in possession of editor. Dear Sirs and Brothers. The bosses have been quick to recognize the opportunities which the Negro exodus from the South offers for the cutting of wages and strengthening of the open shop movement. They are doing everything to stimulate the migration and thus make up for the loss of cheap labor caused by the immigration restriction law. And the Negro workers of the South, existing in a veritable hell of peonage, starvation wages and mob law, are feverishly availing themselves of the opportunity to leave that terror-ridden section. In the 6 months prior to May 1, 1923, over 100,000 came north. And with the advent of summer the movement has increased considerably. Organized workers of the North. These unorganized workers pouring north must be reached with the message of unionism. Otherwise the fruits of your labors, the victories won by the unions for their members and for the entire labor movement, will be threatened with destruction and nullification. These unorganized Negro workers, ignorant of industrial questions and blind to the necessity of workers' organizations to protect workers' interests, cannot be expected to act intelligently in their own best interests unless you, the advanced workers, come to our aid and help us in the educational work we have been carrying on through the Crusader News Service, the greatest single force in the Negro world today, reaching nearly 1 million readers weekly, study classes, forums, lectures, etc., as well as the actual organization work being done by us in the industrial districts. We ask you to contribute generous LX to this fight to prevent the use of Negro workers as tools and scabs against organized labor, black and white. The enclosed folders tell of our activities. In the past these were supported by our own membership, but faced now with such tremendous tasks we must seek financial aid of white labor, to whom we say, this is your fight, help us wage it. Fraternally yours, The African Blood Brotherhood, by Cyril V. Briggs. Executive Head. A real menace to Negro workers. The Messenger is a socialist publication seeking to speak for Negroes. It is more a part of the socialist front against communism than it is an organ espousing the cause of the colored workers. This is more manifest than ever in the August issue of this publication, containing an editorial, The Menace of Negro Communists. The same editorial, headed, The Menace of Jewish Communists, or The Menace of White Communists, might just as easily have appeared in Cahan's Daily Forward, or O'Neill's New York Call. In fact, the Randolph Owen editorship seeks to take in the whole field when it declares that communism can be of no earthly benefit to either white or Negro workers in America. We wonder why these editors confined themselves to America. Perhaps they were afraid to face the actual working out of the communist program in relation to the subject nations and races of the world imperialism that sits in power in London, Paris and Rome. But these editors do drop themselves into a trap when they conclude with a final flourish. How foolish, then, it is to advocate communism to the Negro workers before they have even grasped the fundamentals and necessity of simple trade and industrial unionism. Where do the socialists advocate industrial unionism? This is a question of the Messenger editors should answer. Only through the communist activities of the Trade Union Educational League do we find any real drive for amalgamation, for industrial unionism. And the most bitter attacks of the socialists, especially socialists, in the labor unions, are directed against the Trade Union Educational League, because of its struggle to create industrial unions out of the present conflicting craft unions. Only through really class-conscious industrial unions can the united front of all workers in the huge steel, meatpacking, lumber and mining industries be won. And the struggle to achieve this goal is a communist struggle. The Negroes, like the white workers, will learn that one menace they must overcome is that of socialism, trying to chain them. One Abraham Cann was editor of the Daily Forward, a Yiddish organ of the Socialist Party, and James O'Neill was editor of the New York Call, daily newspaper of the Socialist Party, both published in New York. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owens were editors of the Messenger. In the lap of reactionary labor, the place of all Negro toilers is in the militant ranks of the organized workers, inspired by the principles of communism. Editorial, The Worker, August 25, 1923. The Negro and American Race Prejudice. By Lovett Fort Whiteman. Lovett Fort Whiteman was among the first blacks to adhere to the communists. A graduate of Tuskegee Institute, he had some journalistic experience with the Messenger and the Crusader, as well as with Negro newspapers in New York and Chicago. For a time he was a student at City College of New York but was dismissed because of his radicalism, according to an interview with the New York Times, January 17, 1926. He was a delegate to the Fifth Congress of the Communist International, June to July 1924, while a student in Moscow. On his return to the United States in 1925 he was placed in charge of Negro work for the Workers' Party, while Robert Minor, see below, retained overall responsibility before the Central Committee. The student of social problems may easily discover, after but little investigation, that race prejudice in almost all cases has its roots in some form of economic or industrial competition. Race prejudice is not something inherited transmitted through the blood from one individual to another. Thus, despite the fact that probably most persons believe such to be the case, one may see in any place in the South black and white children playing together, even in sections where the greatest degree of animosity exists between the races. Nor is the Negro regarded in any of the European countries as a peculiar object of hatred or prejudice such as in the United States. No social bitterness greeted the Negro at his advent on American shores from Africa. His enslavement was a matter simply of meeting the need of a labor supply in the colonies. Further, it is a well-known fact that there was much intermixing of white women and male Negro slaves before slavery became a definite and recognized institution in the country. That is, before the greater value of the Negro as a slave was appreciated. With the growth of the tobacco and cotton interests, there was an ever-increasing legislation restricting and defining the social status of the Negro. And the ruling or slave-owning class, in order to give the position some sort of moral justification, claimed that slavery brought the Negro in touch with civilization, a higher plane of existence. This slave-owning class, controlling the agencies of public opinion, preached the inherent inferiority of the Negro. It should be easy to understand that a public opinion wholly shaped by a slave-owning class, the belief of the inherent inferiority of the Negro and his social unfitness, after a time, became thoroughly established, and part and parcel of the American social consciousness. Even after the emancipation of the Negro from chattel slavery, it has remained to the interest of an exploiting class to maintain a popular opinion of the social inferiority of the Negro. Today, the lords of industry, through a servile press, the school, the church, and other agencies of public opinion, are able to keep the ranks of the working class divided on sentiment of race differences. Some of the unions bar Negroes from membership, and this is greatly to the interest of the capitalist class. This permits a sort of a reserve army of Negro workers that may be employed to break strikes. And to enumerate the most outstanding manifestations of this sickly sentiment of American race prejudice as it affects the Negro, as follows. In the South, the latter is compelled to ride in rear seats in streetcars, he is politically disfranchised, lynched and burned at the stake, and in the North as well suffers industrial discrimination, residential segregation, and often denial of public accommodation. The Negro worker is unorganized and everything possible is done to keep him thus. We even find such organizations among Negroes as the Urban League, which is maintained by the capitalist class and which functions as a nationwide labor agency, supplying the northern industries with raw, cheap, Negro labor from the South. And this has been a leading circumstance in the development of race riots in our northern cities. When unionized white labor finds itself confronted in the labor market with the Negro who is willing to do the same work for much less money, the natural reaction is one of hostility toward the Negro. And the willingness of the Negro to work for less money than the white man is rather a necessity, as has been shown. Bitterness between the Negro and the white man in America is stimulated and promoted by the capitalist class who necessarily resort to such a method in order to split the ranks of the working class as a whole and to thus better effect its exploitation. It is simply a case of divide and rule. But the practice having become deep-seated in our social organism, it has colored the social mind, and the unthinking person regards prejudice against the Negro as a natural inheritable mental condition. Yet this principle in the art of subjecting one race or class to another is a worldwide practice and as old as the institution of private property. When England entered India, she found the caste system which had been created by a previous conquering race, yet at the time was in a state of rapid dissolution. It has been of paramount advantage to England to keep this social system alive, thus rendering joint action against her rule impossible. In the British West Indies, she establishes a social cleavage between the mulatto and pure blood Negro. But in Ireland, where there is but one race, she resorts to the religious sentiment. Protestants and Catholics are inspired to hate one another and even abetted to a state of civil war. The working class in America shall succeed only after the workers have laid aside all racial bitterness and shall have recognized the fact that class interest far transcends race interest. That as long as the workers fight among themselves and remain disunited, just so long will they be exploited, robbed and plundered by the employing class. Daily Worker, February 9, 1924. Negro Women Workers. By Jeanette D. Pearl. The following is among the earliest articles in the communist press to call attention to the harsh exploitation of black women workers. Negro women who entered industry during the war are fast learning that their lot is still the last to be hired and the first to be fired. According to a report just issued by the Women's Bureau at Washington on the Negro women in industry, a great number of Negro women are being eliminated from industry and those remaining are most ruthlessly exploited. Their hours of toil range all the way from 8 to 16 hours a day and sometimes longer, their pay is miserably small, and the conditions under which they work are most brutal. The report covers a survey of 150 industries employing 11,860 Negro women. The purpose of the investigation was to create a better understanding and greater sympathy among employers of Negro women with the aim of thereby raising the standard of living. This humanitarian aspiration is strongly coupled with repeated emphasis upon the fact that a higher standard of living will yield increased production. Negro women found their opportunity in industry during the world slaughter when the need for munitions of war created a labor shortage in the labor market. The 5 chief industries that women entered were textiles, clothing, food, tobacco, and footwear. The Negro women in the main filled the gap caused by the advancement of white women into newer and more skilled occupations. 32.5% of the 11,860 Negro women investigated were working 10 hours a day and over. 27.6% were working 9 hours a day, and 20.2% were working 8 hours a day. Those figures do not tell all of the story. Overtime can and does follow the legal workday. Overtime is permitted as much as desired. The report tells how workers boast of their thriftiness in beginning work, before hours, after hours, and working during lunch hour. One worker puts it, "You just can't make ends meet unless you do extra work, and often you are left in a hole even at that." A typical case is cited indicating how these Negro women live for the most part. Rise at 5, cook breakfast, dress children, prepare food and attend to things about the house, report for work at 7, leave at 5:30, resume housework on returning home, frequently continuing this work until midnight, dead tired as a result. One woman worker states, "I am so tired when I reach home I can scarcely stand up. My nerves are so bad, I jump in my sleep." Another woman complains, "I'd love to go to the YWCA, but I am so tired at night I can scarcely go to bed. If I go out at night, I go where there is lots of life and lots of fun. I go to sleep at a lecture or club meeting." Another case cited, "I am so worried and worn in my strength that I feel at times as if I can stand it no longer." It is not alone the need of money but the responsibility of being nurse, housekeeper and wage earner at one time. The average pay of the Negro women in industry is about $10 a week. The minimum wage is calculated at $16.50. When it is taken into consideration that many of these women have dependents and are sometimes the sole supporters of their families, one wonders whether slavery days before the Civil War could have been much worse. The frightful conditions under which most of the Negro women work add to the horror of their wretched pay. They are often segregated because of race prejudice, given inferior and harder work, and because of their ignorance, they are shamelessly cheated, false computation of wages, scales wrong, count wrong, etc. At the end of the week, you never know what you are going to get, you just take what they give you and go. The report points out that there is a strong feeling among Negro women workers that they are not getting a square deal. Since the Negro women are unorganized, they CCEPT the most outrageous conditions of employment. They are not alone discriminated against because of their color and often segregated, but they are made to work amidst conditions the United States government would not permit its hogs to live under. Herded together in terrible congestion, in filth, fetid dust-laden, poisonous air, poorly ventilated, still more poorly lighted, these women work and often have to eat in the same atmosphere. The report points out, confronted with the need for food, clothing, and shelter and placed in an environment which was unhealthful and sometimes even degrading, they were seen to have lost themselves in the struggle for bare existence. N. The treatment accorded most of these workers is well expressed in the words of one of the managers: "They are terribly indolent, careless, and stubborn, but we know how to handle them. We give them rough treatment and that quells them for a while." The report points out that bad working conditions and long hours are a serious menace to the state, that the prosperity of a nation is endangered when its workers are being crippled with exhaustive labor. Loss of human energy due to excessive working hours becomes a national loss and is bound to lessen the nation's productive yield. The reporter, therefore, recommends legislation for a higher standard of living, inasmuch as a higher standard of living will produce greater efficiency in production and greater profits. The report would have self-enlightened employers and the state jointly work out an appropriate award as compensation for Negro women in the industries. It would be a sort of benevolent industrialism for greater efficiency and greater national progress for the master class. To that end is also recommended a more conscientious training for efficiency in public schools through fostering of pride in achievement, increasing personal and family thrift, and encouraging of constancy toward a given task, would ensure that preparation of life, which is the purpose of all education, n. Against such purposes, in education must be posed the communist method of education, through labor solidarity making for self-reliance and self-development. Not a pathetic longing for a better day, but a resolute expression in motion for a better day will result from communist education. Daily Worker, February 16, 1924. The Black 10 Millions. By Robert Minor. Among the white communist leaders, Robert Minor was an outstanding example of one who grasped the importance of the Negro question and who devoted much attention and study to the history and social condition of the Negro people. He recognized their own distinctive culture and stressed the revolutionary import of race consciousness among an oppressed people. His sketch of outstanding slave revolts, the details of which are omitted here, is among the earliest in communist literature. He saw these rebellions as revealing the initiative, courage and daring of the Negro in the continuing struggle to make his a free race. Emancipation from slavery was not yet completed, he held, pointing specifically to Southern society. He noted the significance of black defense in the raging race riots of the war and post-war periods. In some ways, his views may be considered not only a great advance over the traditional socialist approach which still influenced the communists, but also as suggestive of the later communist position which defined the Negro situation as that of an oppressed nation. Born in San Antonio, Texas in 1884, Robert Minor taught himself drawing while working at odd jobs in his teens. By 1911 he was the chief editorial cartoonist of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, achieving national prominence. He had become a member of the Carpenters Union in San Antonio and he joined the Socialist Party in St. Louis in 1907. As cartoonist for the New York World during World War I, he left the paper rather than support its pro-war position, and became cartoonist for the New York Call, the Socialist Daily, drawing also for the masses and later the Liberator. He turned to journalism as a war correspondent in Europe. Minor organized the campaign in defense of Torn Mooney and Warren K. Billings, labor leaders framed up in connection with the explosion at the Preparedness Day Parade in San Francisco in 1916. He broke away from anarcho-syndicalist ideas and became a communist, as he explained in his article, I Change My Mind a Little, in the October 1920 issue of The Liberator, of which he was an editor. When the Workers' Party moved its national headquarters from New York to Chicago in 1922, Minor and his wife Lydia Gibson, poet and painter, moved to the South Side, the Black Ghetto, where his home became a gathering place for young Negro radicals. For the rest of his life, Minor died in 1951, he remained a prominent communist leader. He gave up cartooning in 1926 to devote himself to political activity. The following article was widely noticed and was reprinted in the Amsterdam News of New York. See below for Sanhedrin Conference and for the second part of Minor's article which analyzes that conference. Within the great white city of New York is another city of 250,000 Negroes. 5 other great American cities have within each of them a black city of more than 100,000 inhabitants. The separateness of the black cities within the white is fairly complete. The Negro may freely visit the white town, and may work there the day through but, come the end of his labor, must return, be it to sleep, to eat or to amuse himself, to his own pale. The black man has a culture of his own, his musicians, his poets, novelists, actors, students, his bourgeoisie, his scientific men and his apostles of liberty. The black man of the city is a restless man. He wants to break down all the humiliating restrictions that confine him as a lower race, the white supremacy, that loads his life down with limitations and holds him to a black belt, as a prostitute is segregated. The city Negro is the articulate Negro. It is he who forms the many organizations which have the purpose of completing the emancipation of his race. And among the city Negroes it is the Negro intelligentsia, which at present has the lead. Thus it is characteristic that Professor Kelly Miller, Dean of Howard University, Washington, D.C., and a noted scholar, has sent out the call which brings together in Chicago on February 11, 1924, a national conference of organizations especially concerned with Negro emancipation. It is called the Sanhedrin Conference, in memory of the ancient Jewish racial council at Jerusalem. The conference is sponsored by the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Equal Rights League, and the African Blood Brotherhood. The Negro Sanhedrin will be a bold attempt to gather all Negro and mixed pro-Negro organizations into a united Negro front on a common program for race emancipation. If it were merely a matter of a few hundred Negro intellectuals gathering decorously to discuss ways and means of smoothing their professional careers, one need pay little attention. But back of these intellectual leaders are the black 10 millions that stir in unhappy slavery on plantations from Florida to Texas and in ill-paid labor in factory, mine, mill, and lumber camp the country over. The unrest of these is pressing the intellectuals forward to perhaps greater lengths than they as yet dream of going. No matter what mild speaking may be heard from the black prophets of today, the Negro in the vast heart of his race wants, and cannot stop with less than, complete and unqualified equality both in law and in social custom. Leaders may promise to take less, but the black race will ultimately walk over the faces of any such leaders. Slave revolts. It is a mistake to assume that the Negro was a submissive slave. Even before the American Revolution there were 25 insurrections of Negroes against slavery in the American colonies. The outstanding fact is that the American Negro has found within his own race both the genius and the daring to fight for his freedom. That the desperate and unsuccessful insurrections of the slavery days were inadequate in method and pitifully ineffective is beside the point. The Negro possesses the initiative and the courage to make his a free race. After emancipation. For 50 years after the Civil War the Negro wandered in a fog of Republican emancipation. He was free to starve or to sell himself back to the white landlord. The white ruling class considered merely that they had been deprived of certain property, but not in the least that the Negro had attained social and political equality with white persons, as a South Carolina statute of 1865 put it. The ex-slave was legally not a citizen, but a freedman, quite a different thing. He was property that had been confiscated as a means of punishment of his owners. The Negro had, in Southern eyes, been changed from a domesticated animal to an undomesticated animal. The emancipation of the American Negro from chattel slavery has not yet been completed. The Negro, slave, farmer or tenant farmer is still to all intents and purposes the slave of his white landlord. The white landlord continues till to take the product of the labor of the Negro, and gives in return, in almost the same manner as 75 years ago, little more than a miserable ration of food. In Turner County, Georgia, in 1913, the average annual cash income per Negro tenant farmer, usually a family, was only $290. The Negro tenant is kept in debt to his white exploiter, sometimes for an entire lifetime, and his running away is often forcibly prevented as long as his white overlord owns a debt interest in his body. Peonage, a close imitation of chattel slavery, is still accomplished with the device of convicting men, both black and white, nowadays, of vagrancy, or idling, or sometimes for real offenses, and then leasing them out to planters, mine owners, lumber operators or contractors for periods of months or years. The Negro is still not a citizen in the South. Places of public resort are divided as are the buildings of a farm, houses for the white human beings and barns for the Negro animals. The railroads provide cattle cars for cattle and Negro cars for Negroes. In many parts of the South, Alabama, Florida, Negroes are kept out of public parks and playgrounds, sometimes Jim Crow parks and playgrounds are provided. Throughout the South it is taken for granted that Negroes are not to be permitted to live in houses near the residences of the well-to-do whites. Commonly Southern towns have their red light districts and their nigger towns, often jumbled together for the sake of real estate convenience. Segregation is sometimes accomplished by law, as in Tulsa, Oklahoma, among many other localities, and sometimes by terrorism alone. Occasionally there has come over the white South a panic due to a fear that the Negro parent's zeal for educating his black child is raising the literacy of the Negro child above that of the poor white. But the white man is doing his best to keep the Negro behind the white. In South Carolina, where the Negro population approaches that of the whites, $10 million is spent to educate white children, while $1 million is spent for a similar number of Negro children. It is claimed that in some parts of the South when the Negro progresses too far the Negro schoolhouses are burned. They say that the Negro is not disfranchised in the South, and then they explain that he is permitted to vote whenever and to whatever extent that his vote won't win anything. Throughout the South, wherever the Negro population outnumbers or dangerously approximates the white population in number, the Negro is frankly and openly excluded from the ballot to an extent sufficient to give the white man a guarantee of control. The rise of the black giant. The tremors of the World War that shook the world to its foundations did not fail to reach the Negro. To be exempted from conscription was a privilege, and the damn nigger received no privilege. 367,710 young Negro men were drafted and given military training. About 200,000 had the amazing experience of a trip to Europe and a flickering glimpse of what is called social equality, yes, even between black men and white women. The American Negro who went to France did not, when he returned, fit into the scheme of the plantation and the overseer. What is more exciting, his neck no longer fitted meekly into the lyncher's noose. The young Negroes who had had the awakening experience of the war, and associates influenced by them, began to transform the lynching into what is called a riot, that is, a two-sided fight. From March 1919, there has been a long series of incidents called race riots, in Charleston, South Carolina, Chicago, Elaine, Arkansas, Knoxville, Tennessee, Longview, Texas, Omaha, Neb, Washington, D.C., Duluth, Minnesota, Independence, Kansas, Ocoee, Florida, Springfield, Ohio, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Nearly all of these incidents would a few years ago have taken the form of a simple, respectable lynching of a Negro, without disorder. But with what the Negroes call their new attitude, practically all of these incidents now take the form of terrific two-sided fights in which the Negroes in resisting lynching take white life for black life. The Great Migration. But mobilization in the army was not the biggest means with which the World War wrought its changes in the life of the Negro. Just at the moment when the northern manufacturers began to book huge orders for war supplies, the war shut off the customary source of American industrial labor. European immigration. Northern manufacturers began to dip into the great stagnant pool of the South for black labor power. At first the white South was glad to see the Negro go, but soon began to change its mind and try to stem the tide. The black foreigner. Afraid that immigrant labor would bring the revolutionary fever of Europe to our shores, Congress passed the severely restrictive immigration law. At the same time began the after-war industrial revival demanding cheap immigrant labor. The Southern Negro became the immigrant laborer. The rumor of high wages and human treatment that had once gathered the millions of Eastern and Southern Europe now swept the black South of the United States. It is recorded that one Negro church at Lone Oak, Georgia, lost 98 members between a Saturday evening and Sunday morning. 478,700 are said to have migrated in 1 year. The total of the Great Migration is roughly estimated at 1 million. Georgian agriculture is said to have suffered $25 million of damage in 1923 through the loss of its black peons. Other Southern states had similar experiences. The result of the migration was called by many writers a revolution. It is said that the South will be forced now to discard its primitive economic processes and to mechanize itself. And Northern industry is also profoundly affected by the introduction of the new and dark-faced immigrant labor. But most of all the Negro is affected. James Weldon Johnson, Secretary of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, is quoted as declaring the Great Migration to be the greatest single factor in the 20th century emancipation of the race. Whatever the objective reasons, the Negro has his own subjective reasons for no longer wishing he was in Dixie, and he states them as mob violence, inferior schools, low wages, inequality of law enforcement. Let no one imagine, however, that the Negro escapes discrimination when he escapes from the South. As fast as the Negro becomes a large factor in the northern cities and industrial centers, most of the persecutions, petty and large, especially lynching and segregation, follow at his heels. American capitalism cannot accept race equality. In fact, race discrimination appears to be increasing with the bourgeois development. Racial residential segregation is as rigid in the big northern cities as in those of the South, and seems to be in the process of extension to the Jews. Advertisements for apartments to let often carry the proviso for Gentiles, meaning that Jews are excluded as well as Negroes, whose exclusion is taken for granted. Race discrimination is on the upgrade, not the downgrade in these mad days of capitalist decay. The Liberator, February 1924. The Negro Worker. In his report for the Central Executive Committee to the Third National Convention of the Workers' Party of America, Chicago, December 30, 1923, Cr. Ruthenberg, the party secretary, devoted 2 sentences to the Negro. The Negro workers of this country are an especially exploited class. The Workers' Party proposes a campaign against all forms of discrimination against the Negroes and will assist them in organizing their strength to make an end to these discriminations. The second year of the Workers' Party of America, Theses, Program and Resolutions, Chicago, 1924, pamphlet. The following lengthier statement on the Negro is from the party program adopted at that convention. The Negro workers of this country are exploited and oppressed more ruthlessly than any other group. The history of the Southern Negro is the history of brutal terrorism, of persecution and murder. During the war, tens of thousands of Southern Negroes were brought to the industrial centers of the North to supply the needs of the employers for cheap labor. In the northern, industrial cities, the Negro has found the same bitter discrimination as in the South. The attack upon the Negroes of East Street, Louis, Illinois, the riot in Chicago are examples of the additional burden of oppression which is the lot of the Negro worker. Although the influx of Negro workers in the northern industrial centers has laid the foundation for a mass movement of Negroes who are industrial workers, because of neglect of this problem by organized labor, little progress has been made in organization of these industrial workers. The Negro has despaired of aid from organized labor, and he has been driven either into the camp of the enemies of labor or has been compelled to develop purely racial organizations which seek purely racial aims. The Workers' Party will support the Negroes in their struggle for liberation and will help them in their fight for economic, political and educational equality. It will seek to end the policy of discrimination followed by some labor unions and all other discrimination against the Negro. It will endeavor to destroy altogether the barrier of race prejudice that has been used to keep apart the black and white workers, and to weld them into a solid union for the struggle against the capitalists who exploit and oppress them. Daily Worker, March 24, 1924. The Daily Worker greets All-Race Negro Congress. The All-Race Assembly met in Chicago, February 11 to 15, 1924. It was also known as the Sanhedrin, as the Supreme Council of the ancient Hebrew nation in Jerusalem was known, thus drawing the parallel often made at the time between the oppression of the Negro and the situation of the Jewish people. There were 250 delegates from 20 states, representing 61 national Negro organizations, including the leading civil rights groups which had signed the call for a race conference and the Concordat. Marcus Garvey sent no official representatives, though his supporters were among the delegates. It was the first united front of Negroes in which communists participated officially. The delegation of the Workers' Party consisted of Lovett Fort Whiteman, Gordon Owens and S.V. Phillips. Otto Husewood represented the African Blood Brotherhood. The participants included religious bodies, fraternal societies, college fraternities, black business groups, the Negro press and a few small Negro trade unions. Thus the assembly was largely middle class and professional in both composition and leadership, with only a minor labor component. Professor Kelly Miller of Howard University, popular lecturer and author, was its prime mover and its chairman. Among prominent individuals who took part were Negro educators such as Gilbert H. Jones, Dean of Wilberforce College, John Hope, President of Morehouse College, Atlanta, Professor Alon Leroy Locke of Howard, Professor Monroe N. Work of Tuskegee Institute. Others included Jesse Fawcett, literary critic and the editors of the Pittsburgh Courier, Chicago Defender, and Baltimore Afro-American, the three leading black weeklies, and other publications. Although provisions were made for officers and continuation committees with the purpose of calling another gathering in a year or two, no further assemblies were held. The only detailed day-to-day report of the proceedings in any daily newspaper appeared in the Daily Worker, which had begun publication only a few weeks before, on January 24, in Chicago. Negro weeklies did summarize the sessions. As the following reports in the Daily Worker show, a fission along class lines soon became apparent. Although a tiny minority at the Assembly, the Workers' Party in African Blood Brotherhood delegates together with a handful of supporters, did manage to get their views heard and to get some of their proposals, be they in emasculated form, included in the resolutions. They centered their efforts on the labor programs, particularly on the struggle against the exclusion policy of the established trade unions. On this and other questions they were overruled by an overwhelming majority, led by Kelly Miller, whose attitude was expressed succinctly later when the New York Times, January 17, 1926, reported that he has come out against Negro unionism, arguing that the best interests of Negro workers would be served by standing with capital. The Workers' Party resolutions submitted to the Assembly, given below, raised demands that were enacted by state and federal governments years later, such as legislation fixing and controlling rents, abolition of company towns, laws against school segregation, and measures against discrimination in industry. Besides the three resolutions reported below, the Workers' Party delegates also urged recognition of the Soviet Union and abolition of laws against intermarriage. The Brotherhood resolutions urged joint councils of labor and Negro organizations to take action to stop lynching, and an all-ance of the foreign-born and the Negro against the Ku Klux Klan. The AB proposed that the Assembly send a delegate to visit Soviet Russia. The Daily Worker, as the official organ of the Workers' Party of America, extends its greetings to the Great Conference of American Negroes, the all-race assembly, that meets today in Chicago. The overwhelming majority of the American Negroes are workers, and no section of the American working class has so many urgent reasons for unity, so many grievances to protest, is so bitterly persecuted and exploited. Other nations oppress subject races in their colonial possessions. The American ruling class brought the Negro to America so that the oppression could be more efficient and profitable. The wrongs of 12 million American Negroes give mass testimony to the brutal and callous character of American capitalism. All over the world, since the Russian Revolution with its working-class interpretation of the policy of self-determination for races and nationalities brought new hope to the subject peoples, their voices have been heard with increasing clearness. In the Philippines, in Cuba and in Haiti, the American imperialists see the native peoples preparing to throw off their yoke. Great Britain finds India and Egypt restive under her rule. Arbitrary restrictions of the franchise have not prevented the returning of anti-imperialist majorities in the colonial parliaments, nor have the machine guns and the airplane bombs prevented great mass uprisings that bring the people of these ancient nations a little closer to national independence. The path of the American Negroes is beset with dangers and difficulties. As workers, their problems will be solved only as part of the problem that the working class as a whole has to solve. We hope that the All-Race Congress of the American Negroes will recognize this, organize with the left wing of the American labor movement, and give added strength to the revolutionary forces which are striving to unite the workers of America, regardless of color or creed, into one gigantic and closely knit group for the overthrow of American capitalism, the common enemy of white and colored workers. We join with the All-Race Congress of American Negroes in sending fraternal greetings to the oppressed races and nationalities of the world over. Daily Worker, February 11, 1924. Negroes at All-Race Congress are called to join foreign-born in resisting common enemy, the Klan. The Great Negro All-Race Assembly, or Sanhedrin, faces its supreme test tomorrow or Friday, by which it will be judged by the working class of the Negro and white races. The Sanhedrin's test will come when the resolutions for aggressive action against lynching, disfranchisement, peonage, segregation, and Jim Crowism come on the floor. KKK. Common enemy. The Negroes will be called upon in ringing resolutions proposed by the Negro delegates from the Workers' Party to unite with foreign-born workers against their common enemy, the Ku Klux Klan, which is hunting, torturing and burning the workers in the industries in this country, whether they are Negroes or men born in other countries. Alliance with labor organizations regardless of color is proposed in local councils composed of representatives of union labor and members of the persecuted race to take action to end the evil which is disgracing America. Negroes and Labor Party. Organized labor and the Negro race would further be united through the proposal submitted by the Workers' Party for the Sanhedrin to send delegates to any national convention that may be held for the formation of a farmer labor party. Refusal of the Democratic and Republican parties to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments and protect the Negro and the rights guaranteed to him after the Civil War, call for the formation of a third party of labor that will enforce these provisions. This is all the more necessary for the Negro because his race is composed of farmer and laborer in larger proportion than any other race. Resolution assails strike-breaking. Employers are fiercely assailed in another resolution for trying to stir up race prejudice by attempting to use whites against Negroes and Negroes against whites during strikes. Other resolutions denouncing high rent discriminations against Negroes, white juries for Negroes, Jim Crowism in the Army and Navy, denial of liberty to the colored peoples of America's West Indian possessions, may go through without any opposition. It is those resolutions which plan for aggressive action of the Negroes as workers against the tyranny of white capitalists that will show the temper of the Congress, as a group organizing for effective resistance against oppression, or not. The KKK. Terror. The terror society that masks itself under the Kabbalistic letters, KKK, is a vital issue for the delegates from the southern states where this terror rides by night. There are southern delegates who say that if they speak their mind about the order they will face the lash and tar and feather pot and very likely the rope when they return home. But the hatred which they all feel towards the hooded order that the white capitalists are using is evident. Klan murdered his father. One case where the Ku Klux Klan took a hand in heightening the high Negro death rate was told by Dr. A. Wilberforce Williams of Chicago, who addressed the delegates on the health issue yesterday morning. Denying the fiction that the Negro was congenitally weak or short-lived, he declared, "My father, born a slave, lived until he was 76, when he was killed by the Ku Klux Klan. Negro mortality from disease is high, however," said the speaker. Insurance statistics give the death rate of babies under 1 year as 50%. But this is not because of the inherent qualities of the individual or the race but because of the conditions under which Negroes are forced to live, he declared. Lovett Fort Whiteman, taking the floor, showed that the Negro death rate is high because they are the poorest paid industrial workers and have to pay the highest rents. The death rate is not a matter of race, he asserted, but of living conditions. As the wages go down, the death rate goes up. Therefore, to lower the Negro death rate, his industrial conditions must be improved. Fort Whiteman, Labor Committeeman. Fort Whiteman is a member of the Labor Commission appointed by Dean Kelly Miller, which will make recommendations for action to the convention. Mr. Eugene Jones is chairman of the commission, and associated with them are Messrs. T. Arnold Hill, Morris Lewis, J.H. Jones, and Perry Park. Another delegate from the Workers' Party, besides Fort Whiteman, will probably be appointed, Dean Kelly Miller feeling the need of additional labor representation on this important commission. The Congress, made up as it is largely by men and women from the professional classes, is making use of the proletarian elements from the Workers' Party. Organizations represented. Participating organizations include the Workers' Party, the National Baptist Convention, Inc., National Baptist Convention, UNINC, GUO of Odd Fellows, AMEZ, Church, CME, Church, Associated Negro Press, American Woodmen, National Negro Press, Association, IBPOE of the World, Woodmen of Union, Association of College Presidents, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, National Association of Negro Musicians, Young Men's Christian Association, Lot Carey, Convention, National Grand Lodge of the United Brothers of Friendship, Sisters of the Mysterious Ten of the World, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, Equal Rights, League, African Blood Brotherhood, International Uplift League, Friends of Negro Freedom, National Race Congress, National Association of Railway Mechanics, National Medical Association, Supreme Circle of Benevolence, American Negro Academy, National Brotherhood Workers of America, National University of Music, the Knights of Pythias of North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa and Australia, Ancient Egyptian Arabic Order of the Mystic Shrine, Deacons Club of Prince Hall Masons, Colored Actors Union, Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, National Negro Business League, Ancient United Knights and Daughters of Africa, National Negro Funeral Directors, Methodist Episcopal Church, Grand United Order Sons and Daughters of Peace, Chi Delta Mu Fraternity, National Urban League, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Grand United Order of Locomotive Firemen of America, National Association of Colored Women, National Alliance of Postal Employees, Royal Circle of Friends, National Convention Congregational Workers among Colored People, Committee for Advancement of Colored Catholics, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Association of Colored Railway Trainmen, American Federation of Negro Students, Knights of Pythias, East PN and Western Hemispheres. Daily Worker, February 13, 1924. Negro Literature Needed. Mr. W.H. Moore, of Chicago, followed Miss Fawcett and urged the creation of a Negro literature that would acquaint the race with itself as the literature of Synge, Lady Gregory, and other Irish writers acquainted the Irish people with themselves during the Gaelic Renaissance. Professor Monroe N. Work, director of the Department of Records and Research at Tuskegee Institute, urged the need of more race knowledge about the past achievements of the race and its present status. The rape lie. Value of research data was shown at the Senate hearings on the dire anti-lynching bill when none of the opposition attempted to repeat the old charge that lynchings were made necessary by rape. That charge had been exploded by Tuskegee's research, which showed that only 20% of lynchings were traceable to rape charges which were usually unfounded. Need of a better organized Negro press to cement the race together and expose the atrocities committed against the Negro was emphasized by Mr. Robert L. Vann, editor of the Pittsburgh Courier and chairman of the Negro Press Committee at the Sanhedrin, before the session. Daily Worker, February 14, 1924. Workers' Party resolutions presented to all race assembly. The segregation evil. The Sanhedrin Conference declares itself unalterably opposed to the segregation of Negroes into Black Belt residence districts. We declare the discrimination against Negroes in regard to which part of a city they may live in and which part they may not live in is a political question and must be dealt with just as we deal with discrimination in voting. The time has come when the living accommodations of the public cannot be left to the private control of a few wealthy parasites who decide where the colored man may live and where he may not live. We demand legislation by which all tenements, apartment houses and homes to let shall be subject to the claim of the first comer, regardless of race or color or the will of the landlord. Whereas, it is common knowledge that Negroes are customarily charged rent at a rate of 20% to 100% higher than is charged for the same apartments rented to white people, we demand legislation for a fixed rental for all places to be let, with heavy penalties and damages whenever a landlord charges higher rents for one race than would be charged another race for similar accommodations. We declare that any Negro real estate agent who connives in charging more rent to his own color than would be paid by whites is a renegade and a traitor to his own people. In advocating the foregoing measures of relief, we do not regard them as being permanently effective. This conference advocates taking the whole housing question out of the hands of private individuals, and advocates the taking over of all rented residences by the public, to be rented without discrimination of color to the people at a fixed low rental. Whereas, it is a custom of large employers of colored and white labor, such as mine operators and mill owners, to house their employees in company houses, and thereby to control the lives of the workers, being able to throw them out of house and home whenever the bosses please and wherever there is a disagreement about wages or working conditions. We demand any legal measure that may be necessary to prevent any employer of industrial labor owning or controlling TPE homes rented to his employees. Pending legislative relief, and during the present period when the Negro's rights are ignored by governmental agencies, we call upon the residents of all Negro communities to organize colored tenants' unions so as to be able in an organized way to refuse to pay exorbitant rents, or to consent to live in inferior buildings or segregated districts. Discrimination in schools. Our race, in its struggle to complete its racial, political, economical and social emancipations, is hampered and cruelly retarded by laws and customs of Southern states in the matter of education. The Negro men and women who will finally realize complete emancipation and equality are those children and those young men and young women who are today of school age. Their schooling or their lack of schooling is their preparation for future citizenship. In all parts of the South, as well as a large part of the North, they are more or less discriminated against, for we declare that any involuntary separation of the children of the two races in schools is but preparation for a future Jim Crow life. Enforced segregation in schools is a necessary preliminary to segregation in street cars, railroad cars, restaurants, residence districts, hotels and theaters, and creates a ground of race distinction which leads to continued disfranchisement at the ballot box. As long as local and state authorities are permitted to put colored children in one school and white children in another, they will give the biggest of their support to the white schools and will let the Negro schools lie in neglect and stagnation for lack of funds and attention. It is often the case that for each dollar spent on the education of a white child, 10 cents is spent on the education of a Negro child. Such brutal treatment is the direct inheritance of slavery, in which the Negro was forbidden to have any education at all. It is a continuation of the tradition of deliberate degradation of the Negro. This conference declares that the American Negro cannot continue to leave the shaping of the minds of his children in the hands of localities where all institutions are dedicated to the principle of white supremacy, that is, Negro inferiority. We protest against unequal appropriations as between the schools of the two races, but in doing so we do not consent to school segregation. We declare that white and black children who are expected to share citizenship in the future must begin that common citizenship in common schools together. Segregation in schools is as injurious to whites as to Negroes, teaching snobbishness to the whites and race hatred to both races alike. It prevents for all afterlife any understanding between the races. It is the seed of future race riots, bloodshed, and tyranny. We therefore demand 1. A national constitutional amendment placing the entire public educational system in the hands of the federal government, and taking it out of the hands of local municipal and state authorities. 2. That such constitutional amendment shall forbid any segregation or separation of races or creeds in any public school, and forbid any recognition by law of any distinction of race or creed in public schools. Color line in labor unions. We declare the interest of the white workers and the Negro workers to be the same and call for unity and harmony between them. Large industrial employers often stir up friction between the workers of the two races for the sake of dividing the workers along a convenient line and thus keeping the workers of both races in weakness and subjection. We call upon the labor unions to let down all remaining bars to membership in their organizations by colored people and all discriminations and distinctions of color within them. We are not blind to the fact that the American labor movement is in a bad condition today, is getting weaker in some instances, and altogether has organized only a small fraction of the working class. The Negro is a large part of the working class of this country, and we declare that the labor unions owe their present weakness in a large part to their neglect of the Negro worker. Hundreds of thousands of Negroes are flooding into the field of industrial labor. We demand of the American Federation of Labor, of the railroad brotherhoods and other independent unions, that those Negroes be welcomed into all unions on a basis of equality, and point out that it is for the sake of the white worker as well as the black worker. We demand 1. That the American Federation of Labor, and all other bodies of organized labor, make an intensive drive in the immediate future to organize Negro workers wherever found on a basis of equality in the same unions with the whites. 2. That all such labor organizations be fraternally addressed by this body, with the request that such labor bodies shall immediately conduct among their members an official propaganda against discrimination of color and against racial snobbishness in the labor unions and in favor of enrolling all Negro workers into the unions. Further, that such campaign be carried on in collaboration with representatives of the Negro Sanhedrin. 3. That all Negro papers be requested to carry on an intensive propaganda among the race for the joining of labor unions on the basis of equality. 4. In view of the fact that the Negro in industry is as yet an unskilled laborer as a rule, and as the industrial form of union and the breaking down of craft aristocracy and the unions are in the interest of the Negro, as an unskilled worker, we therefore favor the transformation of all craft unions into industrial unions. However, we are opposed to dual unionism, as well as Jim Crow unionism, and favor the Negro joining everywhere the main body of labor organizations. Daily Worker, February 15, 1924. Labor fights machine rule at Sanhedrin. Denounces efforts to ignore great issue. Labor rose in revolt at the Sanhedrin late yesterday afternoon against the machine rule that has been denying expression to the workers' cause. Labor ignored the revolt led by members of the Workers' Party in the African Blood Brotherhood came at the close of an afternoon of speeches on interracial relationships that followed a morning of speeches on religion. The problem of interracial cooperation was discussed from the standpoint of the YMCA and the church and every other point of view but that of labor, although the Negro race is preeminently a labor group and its industrial welfare is bound up with the interracial cooperation with white workers. 4 days had gone by and labor had been ignored. Chairman against labor Lovett Fort Whiteman, of the Workers' Party, rose and demanded that the greatest of all issues before the Negro race be given attention, declaring there were 18 representatives of labor whose rights must be respected. He was ruled out of order by the chairman. Otto E. Hoosewood arose demanding attention. The chairman tried vainly to shut him up but Hoosewood could not be halted and cried out, "I see that labor is an outcast here as it is outside." Audience with labor. The audience applauded with more enthusiasm than it has anything that had been said so far in the convention. Hoosewood denounced the conspiracy to keep labor from being heard at this great gathering of the race. He censured the leaders of the convention for providing no place for labor on the program. At Hoosewood's insistence that labor be discussed Friday morning, the audience again applauded. Fort Whiteman and other speakers took the floor on the same demand. The chairman could not halt the tide of protest against lynching. Lynching is a subject which arouses the just anger of the Negro race. The African Blood Brotherhood has a workable program against this crime of the ages. It is for the Sanhedrin to invite all labor bodies to form joint councils with Negroes to take action to stop lynching. Only interests that are opposed to labor unions can oppose such a program for effective action. The program for equal support from public school funds for the Negro schools now so grossly discriminated against, sometimes to the extent of providing for the Negro pupil at only 1/10 the rate at which the white child is provided, is another essential part of the remedial program. The only opposition that has shown its head is from teachers who think their jobs down south might be affected if they fight this system now. KKK. The common enemy. A resolute stand against the Ku Klux Klan, calling for an alliance with the foreign-born against the common enemy, is demanded by the African Blood Brotherhood. All classes of the race hate the murderous Klan, though some delegates from the South fear to voice their enmity, fearing vengeance when they return home. Friendship with Russia. 2 proposals for clasping the hand of the Russian workers are presented. One by the Workers' Party delegates, urging the Sanhedrin to support the movement for the recognition of Russia, and the other from the African Blood Brotherhood asking the Sanhedrin to elect a delegation to visit Russia for the purpose of making an impartial study of the situation there. The African Blood Brotherhood's resolution declares that the Russian Revolution is the most drastic social change that has taken place since the American Civil War, which was also a revolution in as much as it abolished slavery. It cites further the fact that the Russian people have welcomed all visiting Negroes with open arms, and that the Negro visitors found themselves for the first time of their lives in a country where they enjoyed complete equality and respect. An apostle of Russia, as a friend of the colored people, is found in Dr. C.S. Brown, President of Lot Carey Convention and head of the Sanhedrin's Commission on Worldwide Race Movements. Dr. Brown visited Russia last year on a tour of inspection with a Baptist delegation, and he declares that he and another Negro member of the delegation were received with even greater cordiality than their white brothers by the representatives of the Soviet government whom he met. They found the Baptist missions thriving. Today is the day that tests the convention as a mere getting-together affair or as the founding of a great movement for the emancipation of the race. Daily Worker, February 15, 1924. Negro workers get cause before Race Congress despite Miller. Demand unions drop color line. The Negro All-Race Assembly, or Sanhedrin, closed late last night with the Workers' Party representatives winning through a declaration of a campaign for removing the color line in the labor unions still discriminating against the Negro. This labor program calls for an appeal to the American Federation of Labor for the fullest and equal recognition of Negro workers, in practice as well as in theory, and it demands that the Negro press give its full cooperation in educating Negro workers to the need of organization. Machine revising labor report. At the last moment, before the Daily Worker went to press, it was discovered that Dean Kelly Miller's appointed Committee on Permanent Results was attempting to revise the labor program, and that its revision would not be submitted to the Sanhedrin. It is not believed, however, that the most important feature will be stricken out. The Workers' Party educational program calling for a constitutional amendment forbidding any segregation of races will be accepted in modified form by the Education Committee, but its findings will also go before the Committee for Permanent Results. Real estate sharks oppose. Influence of real estate sharks of the Negro race appears to have killed the most vital clause in the Workers' Report on Housing, which attacks the segregation evil by demanding houses be let to the first comer, regardless of race, at listed prices. Final copies of the resolutions as modified by the Committee on Permanent Results will be printed in the next issue of the Daily Worker if they are ready then. Labor will force issue. Negro labor will continue to function in the all-race movement to force through more and more of its program for the betterment of the workers and farmers who represent 98% of the race, however much this labor program is opposed by Dean Miller and the businessmen of the race working with him. Permanent organization of the Sanhedrin is being effected as this is being written. 7 men will be selected by the Committee for Permanent Results, and these 7 men will run the organization until the next Congress. Miller represents government. Dean Miller will sit on the temporary governing body of 7, so the too respectable, negative policy is in danger of continuing until the next Congress, which may not be called for a year. Dean Miller's policy is one that reflects the Negro policy of the government. He is professor of sociology at Howard University, a government-subsidized institution at Washington, D.C. Working with him are the most conservative elements in the race, exploiters of labor and professional men who cater to white capitalists or gain by the maintenance of the policy of segregation. The Committee of 7 will function until the next Congress, which will be elected by all Negro organizations that wish to join. Each national organization will be allowed 5 delegates, with an additional one for every 50,000 members, and state organizations will be represented at a decreased rate. The final shape of the new constitution is being worked out in committee and will be reported in the next issue of the Daily Worker. Labor seizes convention. The indignation which the delegates have been feeling against the machine control of the convention showed in the tumult of applause that came when Labor took the floor in spite of Dean Miller yesterday noon. The chairman was announcing that those interested in labor could talk in a small side room while the convention continued in session in the main auditorium on other subjects. He didn't get away with it. Otto Hoosewood, a union printer from New York and representative of the African Blood Brotherhood, called out, "Labor sabotaged. Dean Miller, you have been sabotaging this convention from the first day. You promised labor a hearing before the convention because it was the most important issue. We demand a hearing. 95% of the members of our race are working men." There was a burst of handclapping and an elderly clergyman cried out, 95%. Better say 98. Miller gavelled and said Hoosewood was out of order, but members of the audience whose labor sympathies had not been known before began popping up demanding the right of labor to be heard. Labor defeats chairman. The chairman's opposition was in vain. Speaker after speaker began taking the floor and the audience applauded every attack on the chairman's policy of barring the labor issue. Miller gave in and turned the meeting over to a labor discussion, first taking pains to have T. Arnold Hill, of the Urban League, a conservative he had appointed to the Labor Committee, in the chair. Lovett Fort Whiteman showed the vital need of unionism among the Negroes. Negro girls are being accepted in the garment industries in place of white girls, he said, not because the employer is favoring the race, but because they are unorganized and can be exploited more. Daily Worker, February 16, 1924. The Black 10 Millions. By Robert Miner. The first part of this article, The Black 10 Millions, was published in the previous month's issue of The Liberator, see above. Here Robert Miner assesses the Sanhedrin Assembly. While pointing out that the failure of the Assembly to meet the major problems facing the Negro people was due to its bourgeois leadership, it is important to note his qualifications. The petty bourgeois character of that leadership, wavering between the bourgeoisie and the working class, and its exclusion on race grounds from a position of full equality in the white world. His distinction between race consciousness in the oppressor and in the oppressed is of crucial importance, having a reactionary content in the former and revolutionary meaning in the latter. His positive approach to the Garvey movement, despite its fantastic aspects, as the first compact mass organization of blacks is notable. Such a phenomenon, he writes, cannot occur without revolutionary effect, no matter what its declaration of aims may be. The Negro Sanhedrin. How did the Negro fare in the supposedly great gathering of all Negro organizations, the Negro Sanhedrin Conference just closed in Chicago? All of the above questions were placed before the conference. The outcome of each was as follows. When it came to the question of housing, it became evident that the Sanhedrin Conference was heavily dominated by Negro businessmen. These men are theoretically in favor of the emancipation of their race. And they talk eloquently to this effect. But when Negro working people among the delegates, through a delegate representing the Workers' Party, offered a resolution calling for legislation by which the Black Belt Residence District could be broken up and landlords compelled to rent living quarters at a fixed rental to the first comer regardless of color and independently of the landlord's will, this measure was killed because the Negro real estate men make enormous profits by confining the Negro tenant to a given district and charging him from 20% more to twice as much as is paid for similar residence by white persons. The Negro had to give up that demand in deference to the Negro real estate men. When approximately the same working-class elements supported a measure demanding the abolition of separate schools for white and colored children, on the ground that such separation is but the preparation for a future life of segregation, a Negro school teacher from Virginia arose and protested excitedly against committing the Sanhedrin to such a measure. The very evident and scarcely concealed reason was that he was doing very well in a good job, since he profited by segregation of the Negro race in schools. The Negro must remain segregated. The Sanhedrin Conference was slightly besprinkled with Negro employment agents connected with the white chambers of commerce. So the Sanhedrin flatly and cold-bloodedly rejected the proposal to organize the millions of Negro industrial workers and confined their expression to mild and meaningless phrase about equality in the labor unions for such Negro wage workers as are already organized. When it came to the question of treating the Negro as a human being before the law in the most intimate phase of life, the phase of marriage, of course, everyone agreed that the black and the white race have always mixed and are now mixing, and that laws against intermarriage are merely laws protecting the Southern white man in illicit sexual practices. But when the working-class delegates, through the Workers' Party delegation, offered a motion demanding the abolition of the laws against intermarriage, It turned out that so many of the gentlemen and ladies present had to cater to the goodwill of white philanthropists that the Sanhedrin Conference had to give up any idea of demanding equality in law respecting marriage. Every Su 99 estion of organizing the millions of black tenant farmers and share farmers who live in virtual peonage in the South was too offensive to the well-dressed businessmen and women, so the plan to organize the Negro tenant and share farmer had to be dropped in favor of a meaningless phrase. A vigorous resolution for organized protection against the Ku Klux Klan, introduced by the working-class African blood brotherhood, was coldly rejected. In short, nearly every measure that the black 10 millions require ran headlong into one vested interest or another of the Negro bourgeoisie, and expired, leaving this all-race Conference of American Negroes on record practically for the preservation of the present condition of the Negro. Why? Because in this conference the Negro businessman and society lady undertook to be the spokesman of their people. And the black 10 millions have, to a certain extent, consented to let them be the spokesman. The Negro in America is more or less proud of his bourgeoisie, or thinks he is. He has been trained to think, and he is now being propagandized to think that to have a class of prosperous, well-dressed, limousine-riding members of his race is somehow to get out of the wilderness of oppression. The outcome of this conference ought to be a flash of light to the toiling, suffering black millions. The Negro bourgeoisie is allied, hopelessly tied up with the white bourgeoisie. The white bourgeoisie ruled the Sanhedrin Conference through its allies, the Negro bourgeoisie. In referring to the Negro bourgeoisie, however, it must be remembered that it is, correctly speaking, a petty bourgeoisie, subject to wavering between the capitalist and working classes, as was shown by the strong response to speeches of the African Blood Brotherhood and Workers' Party delegates. Mass organization. But there is much more to the Negro movement than appeared at this gathering. The great, silent millions who had so few champions there have not been left untouched by the World War. The stirring of the Black Waters in 1917 started a new spring to flowing, the spring of mass organization. Many important Negro organizations exist and have existed for a long time. But none of them were mass organizations. The close of the war period brought a new phenomenon: hundreds of thousands closely organized on a program of militant activity for race emancipation. The new phenomenon took place under the fantastic leadership of Marcus Garvey. The biggest and most remarkable of all Negro organizations, the followers of Marcus Garvey, refused to be represented in the Sanhedrin. This is much to be regretted. One may laugh at this self-styled Emperor of Africa, and point out the hollowness of his program to redeem the ancient kingdom of Ethiopia by reconquering Africa for the Negro. Garvey may be what his critics call him, a windbag and self-seeker. But that does not close the question for this writer. For the fact remains that Garvey organized 400,000 Negroes, the first compact mass organization of the race ever formed in the world. Which way? On what road lies the Negro's way to freedom? Can the Negro obtain free admission into the white bourgeois class, while a society of class superiority and class inferiority continues to exist? Of course it is, theoretically, possible that with the retention of an upper and a lower class, the more prosperous Negro might be admitted to the upper class. But in hard reality, 1. Those Negroes who in spite of all handicaps accumulate property, are not admitted to terms of equality with the white bourgeoisie. 2. In the struggle inevitable and now going on between the capitalist class and the working class, the capitalist class never fails to stimulate and use every possible race prejudice, one of its chief means of dividing the adversary class. The Negro's fate in America lies in the labor movement, and there it is bound up with the exponents of the New Order, the radicals, those who are fighting against the skilled labor caste system and broadening the labor movement out to the vast millions equally. But the Negro's fate is a political question. Again we say the Negro cannot free himself from lower-class status, nor from the race hatreds utilized to preserve the class system, until he helps to overthrow the class system. To get out of the exploited class, the Negro must abolish the exploited class. The Liberator, March 1924. VTH Congress of the Communist International. The Fifth Congress of the Communist International was held in Moscow, June 17 to June 8, 1924. The American Negro question was discussed at the 21st and 22nd sessions on July 1, under the head of the national and colonial question, in itself an indication of how the matter was viewed in the international Three communists spoke for the American Party. John Pepper, representative of the Sea to the American Party, Israel. Amateur, a white party leader, and Jackson, probably the alias of Lovett Fort Whiteman, then a student in Moscow. Pepper spoke mostly about other world national problems and had only this to say about the American Negro. Comrade Manuelski, whose report opened the discussion, was right in emphasizing the revolutionary significance of the self-determination slogan. But I think that he paid too little attention to the other side of the question. The other slogan which we need is the slogan of complete equality between nations and even races. In many countries we are not in a position to separate the various nationalities or races in a way which would not rob the slogan of self-determination of its concrete meaning. This applies to the Negro question in America, or rather to the whole national question in the USA, where the proletarians of 56 nationalities intermingle and cannot properly develop. Abridged report, page 207. These remarks followed almost word for word the comments in a previous session of H. Thalheimer of Germany, who, in his supplementary report for the Program Commission of the Congress, cited the extraordinary mixed population and the race question in the United States to show that the slogan of the right of self-determination cannot solve all national questions. The Commission agreed, he reported, that the self-determination slogan must be supplemented by another slogan: equal rights for all nationalities and races. He also reported that the Commission had decided not to define in the draft program of the Sea the concept of nation, for no definition could be found to suit the great variety of situations. Abridged report, pp. 151 to 152. Aside from these remarks, no further mention was made of this matter by other participants. Jackson's emphasis upon the specific needs of the Negro and the necessity for a special approach to his problem is noteworthy. Comrade Jackson, America. The most significant recent development in connection with the Negro question in America is the migration of Negroes from the south of the United States to the north. During the war they were attracted by high wages, but there is more than a mere economic basis for the migration. It is the expression of the growing revolt of the Negroes against the persecutions and discriminations practiced against them in the South. The effect of this migration to the North is that the Negroes, because of the higher standard of living they find in the North, and because they are unorganized, become the tools of the exploiters against the white workers, whose standard of living decreases as a result of Negro competition. The recent race riots are due directly to this economic development and not to anti-race feeling. The Negro problem is a peculiar, unique, psychological problem for the communists. The Negroes are not discriminated against as a class but as a race. Even the wealthy bourgeoisie among the Negroes suffer from persecution, and a peculiar Negro culture and peculiar psychology have developed. The ideas of Marx have spread only slowly among the Negroes because the socialists and even the communists have not realized that the problem must be dealt with in a specialized way. The same newspapers do not satisfy the needs of the Negro worker which suit the needs of the white. The same speeches, propaganda, literature, will not suffice. The Negro feels no antagonism to communism, but wants to know where it will satisfy his peculiar needs. In February of this year a Congress took place where all Negroes of all classes were represented. It was dominated by petty bourgeois Negroes, but the communists were able to insert a few class ideas into the program. The Negroes are destined to be the most revolutionary class in America. But communist propaganda among the Negroes is hampered by the lack of publicity carrying a special appeal. The Negroes in the South are engaged primarily in agriculture, and an agriculture movement is developing there, which the communists must exploit to the full. Negroes and the Unions. The following editorial in the monthly organ of the Trade Union Educational League, see above, stresses the self-interest of white workers to overcome race prejudice and welcome black workers into the unions on the basis of equality in order to preserve the unions. It squarely blames the exclusion policy for the use of Negro workers as strikebreakers. Earl Browder was then the editor of the Labor Herald. Trade unions that neglect or discriminate against the Negroes, and there are many such in this country, are following a narrow, short-sighted policy that will ultimately lead them to disaster unless it is changed. Leaving aside, for the moment, all questions of the interests of the Negroes themselves, which are an essential part of the interests of the working class, and looking at the matter only from the selfish interests of the unions as now constituted, it is becoming plainer every day that if the labor movement is to be saved from destruction at the hands of the open shop campaign, the Coolidges and the Dawes, they must break down the prejudices instilled by capitalist institutions, they must accept the Negroes on a basis of equality, they must organize them into complete solidarity with the white workers, native and foreign-born. It is no accident that in the industries dominated by the most militant enemies of labor, the Negroes are being brought in constantly increasing numbers. Because the unions are so short-sighted that they neglect the organization and education of our black brothers, they're thereby infli tilde ting deep injury l. The references to the Sanhedrin, see above. 5th Congress of the Communist International. Abridged. Report of meetings held at Moscow June 17 to July 8, 1924. Published by the Communist Party of Great Britain, London, pp. 200-201, 201. Upon themselves. They are forcing the Negroes into the position of strikebreakers. They are delivering a terrible weapon into the hands of the employers. For the preservation of the unions, to defeat the open shoppers, in order to build up working-class power, the Negroes must be brought into the organized labor movement on a mass scale. All discriminations must be abolished. Every worker must be united in the unions without regard to race, creed, or color. It is time to put our high-sounding principles into effect if we would preserve the trade union movement. The Labor Herald, July 1924. The Negro Finds His Place and a Sword. By Robert Minor. This assessment of the 15th Annual Convention of the National Association of Colored People, which met in Philadelphia on June 25, 1924, was entirely positive as compared with the criticism of the recently concluded convention of the UNIA. The NAACP gathering was noteworthy for its open letter to the labor unions urging the admission of Negro workers and proposing joint efforts to this end. It also gave voice to the revolt against the Republican Party, which since the Civil War had the support of black voters, and turned toward the Lafayette Third Party movement, only to be rudely rebuffed. Though Minor sees these moves only as tendencies, he finds them of revolutionary significance, a reading which proved illusory, since the NAACP was soon to revert to moderate even conservative positions. The reference to the First Farmer Labor Party is to the National Labor Party, formed in Chicago in 1920 from various state and local labor parties, and largely the joint work of the Chicago Federation of Labor and the labor militants who were soon to form the Trade Union Educational League. In subsequent efforts to expand this movement, in which the Workers' Party participated, a split developed between its adherents and the forces led and influenced by the Chicago AFL leaders. Most of the Labor Party followers swung to the rapidly developing Conference for Progressive Political Action, which in July 1924 was to nominate Robert M. Lafayette for president and Burton K. Wheeler for vice president. That ticket received almost 5 million votes, or over 16% of the total vote. Minor's deprecating remark about the petty bourgeois politicians of the Lafayette movement represented the attitude of the Workers' Party. For a later self-criticism of the sectarian and self-isolating policy, see William Z. Foster, History of the Communist Party of the United States. New York, 1952, pp. 219 ff. In this article, Minor seems to revert to the old position on the Negro, a labor class question with full freedom assured only by socialism, although he himself in other writings had gone much beyond that. He also accepts uncritically the prevalent, exaggerated view of the immediate effects of industrialization in the South, which had not yet basically altered the old economic and social structure or the position of the Negro masses. There was wide interest among Negroes in the Third Party movement. For example, the Baltimore Afro-American, May 30, 1924, wrote editorially, "If there is ever a third party, there is little doubt but that it will be founded mainly upon the labor and farmer vote. Into this group the majority of colored voters would naturally fall." Referring to the convention in which the Farmer Labor Party split, the same newspaper, June 27, 1924, bemoaned the fact that the St. Paul Convention flopped body and soul into the hands of the radicals of the communist style, seeing the split as dooming third-party hopes that year. William Pickens, born in South Carolina in 1881, was dean at Morgan State College in Baltimore, and beginning in 1920 was field organizer of the NAACP for many years. The political storm that is sweeping America today, tearing up old political parties and blowing all things into new lines of class arrangement, has reached the Negro. Anyone who attended the recent 15th Annual Conference of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People must be convinced that a black avalanche of 12 million people is about to crash through the landmarks of American political life. To the already roaring torrent of discontented workers and farmers is about to be added the Negro, who is also a worker and a farmer, and discontented. The final significance of the Negro Convention just closed in Philadelphia can be summed up in 3 points. 1. A mass tendency to break away from the Republican Party. 2. A tendency to align the Negro liberation movement with the labor movement. 3. A tendency to discard the half-century-old policy of compromise on questions of race equality, and to plunge into a fight for the complete effacement of the caste system in America. These tendencies, taken together, are of revolutionary significance. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People is not a revolutionary organization. Its list of directors contains no Bolsheviks, but ranges from Negro bishops, white reform ministers, colored lawyers, social workers and Republican politicians down to retired socialists. Yet this organization has undertaken from its beginning to deal with a problem which has no solution that is not revolutionary. It tries hard to be conservative, and at the same time be consistent in a field where consistency is impossible without bordering close upon the edges of revolutionary significance. This is understood only when we realize that the Negro's loyalty to the Republican Party has always meant the Negro's solidarity with the American capitalist class. That alliance with the capitalist class was in the beginning an alliance with industrial capitalism against the semi-feudal Southern aristocracy. Historically, it was perfectly justified. It was progressive, even revolutionary, in its first years. The great black statesman, Frederick Douglass, spoke well when he called his people to this alliance, but he left them a legacy which now weighs heavy upon them, in the slogan, "The Republican Party is the ship, all else is the sea." And now, the dominant note of the Negro Convention is the treason of the Republican Party to its ward, the Negro. Starting with an explosive remark of R. J. Coles of Philadelphia, that, if the Republican Party is the ship, then I personally am going to take to swimming. The note was taken up by speaker after speaker until it threatened for a time to obscure every other concern. James Weldon Johnson, a brilliant young Negro, coldly analyzed and demonstrated the gentleman's agreement between the Democratic and the Republican parties against the Negro, which he said, and proved, had brought about the defeat of the anti-lynching bill in the Senate. Groping for a new alignment, the convention expressed its resentment toward the Republican Party by issuing a document suggesting the desirability of forming a new party to be composed of the Negro and other submerged classes. This action was weak and confused enough. Only later events brought out the significance that lies in any effort to form a party of the submerged classes, with the Negro in it. But for the moment I speak only of the significance of the Negro's beginning to recognize his problem as a labor problem. The Negro's emancipation can be completed only in the manner in which it was begun, by treating it as a labor class problem. Therefore, it was a bold step in advance when the convention adopted the following open letter to the American Federation of Labor, the Railway Brotherhoods, and other groups of organized labor, gentlemen. For many years the American Negro has been demanding admittance to the ranks of union labor. For many years your organizations have made public profession of your interest in Negro labor, of your desire to have it unionized, and of your hatred of the black scab. Notwithstanding this apparent surface agreement, Negro labor in the main is outside the ranks of organized labor, and the reason is first, that white union labor does not want black labor, and secondly, black labor has ceased to beg admittance to union ranks because of its increasing value and efficiency outside the unions. Is it not time that black and white labor get together? Is it not time for white unions to stop bluffing and for black laborers to stop cutting off their noses to spite their faces? We, therefore, propose that there be formed by the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the American Federation of Labor, the Railway Brotherhoods, and say any other bodies agreed upon, an interracial labor commission. We propose that this commission undertake 1. To find out the exact attitude and practice of national labor bodies and local unions toward Negroes and of Negro labor toward unions. 2. To organize systematic propaganda against racial discrimination on the basis of these facts at the great labor meetings, in local assemblies and in local unions. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People stands ready to take part in such a movement and hereby invites the cooperation of all organized labor. The association hereby solemnly warns American laborers that unless some such step as this is taken, and taken soon, the position gained by organized labor in this country is threatened with irreparable loss. The strength of this action of the convention lies in the fact that it is a first historical effort of a modern Negro organization of mass influence, to line the Negro masses up with the new class which is destined to rise to power. The Negro's first step to equality is to attain equality in the organized working class. His second and final step to complete freedom will come with the rise of that class, black and white, to the position of the ruling class. In a little Pennsylvania coal mining town a few weeks ago, a group of Czechoslovak and South Slav coal diggers worried over the fact that they seemed to obtain no adequate representation in the union's affairs, due to their inability to speak. English. Their trouble was finally solvable by a method which, I venture to predict, is prophetic of the future. The foreigners observed that not they alone were the outcasts, but that a little group of Negroes was also ignored and despised. Someone hit upon the idea of an alliance with the English-speaking pariahs, the Negroes. The Czechoslovak and South Slav miners elected a Negro to go as their delegate to the Pennsylvania Labor Party convention, where the young Negro acquitted himself with honor. This incident brings a sudden realization that the hundreds of thousands of Negroes who are flooding into the basic industries are sure to form a very heavy proportion of the English-speaking workers in the basic industries. For, little as it has been noted, the overwhelming majority of the workers in America's basic industries are immigrants from Europe, most of them suffering from unfamiliarity with the language of the country. And it is exactly these heavy industries which the Negroes are entering now in place of the old-time stream QF immigrants from Europe. The Negro Convention at Philadelphia wanted to do something tangible toward aligning its people politically with other submerged classes. Right here it suffered from inexperience. It mistook Mr. LaFollette's convention of the Conference for Progressive Political Action for a convention of other submerged classes. It sent a very dignified official letter to the LaFollette Convention. The Negroes were apparently unaware of some history of that small businessmen's organization which they might as well learn now. In 1920, when the first Farmer Labor Party was formed in Chicago, an offer of the presidential nomination was made to the Pemal businessmen's leader, Senator LaFollette, on condition that he would agree to the platform. Mr. LaFollette refused the nomination on the ground that he objected to 2 points in the program. These 2 points were, 1, a meek demand for industrial democracy, and 2, a demand for political equality for Negroes. Mr. LaFollette said his objection to the demand for political equality for the Negro was based solely on the ground of expediency. That's what they all say. But the Negro Convention, apparently not knowing of the incident of 1920, and not yet having learned that the small business politicians cannot fight for the submerged classes, sent the letter to the LaFollette Convention. They also sent the same people a telegram on the Ku Klux Klan issue. Second only to the question of the Republican Party, in recognized importance to the Negroes, was the Klan issue. This had not a little to do with everything else decided upon by the convention, including the question of the Republican Party. Still inveigled with old memories of the Party of Emancipation, the Negroes had anticipated their convention with a letter to President Coolidge asking him to state categorically his position in regard to the Ku Klux Klan. Coolidge had answered with a homily of campaign bunkum, without a mention of the Ku Klux Klan. If the little man in the White House only knew what a coward he made of himself in the eyes of those assembled Negroes. Smarting under the Republican Convention's evasion, and then under the insult from Coolidge himself, the Negro Convention sent an urgent appeal by telegraph to the LaFollette Convention, as follows. The 15th Annual Convention of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People does hereby express and record its unqualified protest at the action of the 2 major political parties in evading specific denunciation of the Ku Klux Klan by name. We urge the coming Third Party Convention at Cleveland to seize this opportunity for courageous action by denouncing the Klan in unqualified terms and by specific designation. Resolved that this resolution be telegraphed to the Resolutions Committee of the Convention. Both messages were utterly ignored by Mr. LaFollette's convention. Yes, LaFollette, yes, LaFollette. Mr. William H. Johnston as chairman would not permit the communications even to be read to the convention. After its own convention was over, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People sent its field organizer, William Pickens, to the Cleveland Convention to see to the outcome of its requests. Mr. Pickens quite naturally asked a few minutes to address the convention. There was no obvious reason why he should not have been given the floor. But when Chairman Johnston saw the mahogany face of Mr. Pickens, he merely promised the floor, at some time later on. Mr. Pickens sat with the audience, and waited. He waited until he saw that Johnston was steering the convention to a sudden end. The tall black man arose in the audience, shouting with a voice that couldn't be silenced, "You talk about the other groups. What about the American Negro? I guess the American Negro group has a right to be heard here," and, marching down the center aisle, jumped uninvited upon the platform. Mr. Pickens made the mistake of his life. He made an eloquent plea that his race be remembered in this new political movement, but he failed to read to the convention the telegram on the Ku Klux Klan. Therefore, the delegates never knew that an important convention in Philadelphia had sent a formal message to their convention on one of the big issues of the day. The Cleveland Convention closed with the same position on the Klan issue that was taken by the Democratic and Republican conventions. Cowardly evasion. A few minutes later I asked Mr. Pickens to dinner. He, because of the color of his face, and I, because I was with him, were virtually thrown out of a restaurant. We wandered about the city of Cleveland, hungry and looking for a place where we could get a bite to eat. I had a taste of one of the petty humiliations that the American Negro, North and South, has to face every day of his life. We might almost as well have been in the middle of an uninhabited desert, until at last we found a humble working class hashery, where we were permitted the privilege of buying a sandwich. An otherwise trivial incident such as this is necessary to teach a white man that any political movement that is going to awaken the great Negro masses to its support will have to delve into this question which obsesses every hour of the day, every day of the lives of millions. But Mr. La Follette represents an economic class that cannot become an ally of the Negro. Nothing is plainer than the fact that only the working class can espouse the black man's cause. The question of class alliances plays an interesting role in the history of Negro emancipation. It can be summed up in 3 periods. 1. The period of primitive independent revolt. 2. The period of alliance with the northern industrial capitalist class against chattel slavery. 3. The coming new period of alliance with the working class against wage slavery. The Liberator, August 1924.